Hello, beautiful souls. Welcome to the third annual Christ Consciousness Summit. And I wanted to say club, but you know what? All are welcome. Everybody is welcome. I'm Christine Gold. I am with 24 Karat Healing. And welcome. If you've been here before, let us know. Who are you looking forward to? What are you looking forward to? What are you looking to co-create in 2022? And think about it. We're coming into May, right? I just did a black new moon because we have 2 moons in April with a solar eclipse in Taurus. It is also Venus Friday. It is also a massive planetary alignment going on as well. And then there's all the solar flares, all that energy. So there's a lot of ascension symptoms. And a lot of us are looking for, how do we anchor all of this beautiful light in? How do we embody our Christed selves? There's a lot of questions. How? Why? Well, we're here to help you. We're here to help you do this. So I want you to come in with no expectations, just to be yourself, allow whatever messages are coming through to come through, and to just enjoy and have fun, because that's why we're here. That is why we're here. So yes, please share, please like, please subscribe. Please let us know where you are in the world, what you're looking forward to. Yeah, what are you looking forward to? What do you think about Christ? What do you think about God? What do you think about Buddha? What do you think about Source? What do you think about the universe? You got to believe in something, is basically what I'm saying. And I want to welcome now Reverend HoniB and Michael are a living embodiment of their Christed selves. I met them almost 4 years ago, now that I'm thinking about it. And yeah, we're going to be welcoming Reverend HoniB and Michael. And my goodness, they are international ascension guides, teachers, healers. HoniB is a multidimensional transmedium, transchanneler, serving the pure divine living codes, transmissions, activations of the languages of light. And she's so dedicated to the rise of the Magdalene, that beautiful divine feminine consciousness on earth. And MichaelA is a multi-dimensional healer and is guided by archangels. I've worked with them extensively. They've been on my podcasts. I've experienced their healings. I experienced their deliciousness, as they say. Michael is the etheric realm to a conduit and messenger of divine love and light, and dedicated his life and sacred divine masculinity to bring forth peace, love, and happiness to our humanity. Man, you guys are going to be in for a treat. Are you ready to welcome in this divine deliciousness? I know I am. Hello. Welcome.
Hello, beautiful Christine.
Yeah, Christine, that's right.
Thank you so much, Christine, for this beautiful opportunity. Honey and I feel extremely blessed to be here on this auspicious day, and really to be invited back in what you're serving to this world and all that moves through. So we're very blessed, very grateful, and appreciate you for what you're serving, and just so happy to be here, my dear.
Thank you so much. So, is there anything you want to share before we begin, or you guys, take the lead? I mean, this is your time. So honored to have you here. And I'm coming in from Ecuador. Maybe you want to share where you're from as well.
So we want to first thank everybody that is joining on this today's summit, starting today, which is this 11th gateway, walking this quarter of the gate. This gateway is really inside and it gives us the ability to walk through those doors ourselves and meet our own holy Christ self, our divine self, our Christed body. So I really love how you open this, because we are being blasted by these cosmic rays, these gamma rays, these beautiful sacred flame rays. However, mm, embodiment of it and also grounding in it can be tough. And what you speak about ascension energies is the gap between the physical body and the true essence. There's a bit of gap, so you're being thrown around. And I appreciate because the responsibility started in our union here, because our union was to be here in totally grounding this frequency. So the frequency of the Christ consciousness is the Sophia Christ frequency. It's both. And it has to be embodied into the physical template. However, it can't be fully embodied into the physical template if it is having discrepancy between the mental and the emotional and the physical body. So this unity consciousness that we are really drawn to in experiencing it's really within. This unity between the physical template, the emotional template, the mental template, etheric and spirit has to become one is united consciousness. So that's what we're experiencing. The truths have to come out to be loved, to be purified. And in the spiritual community, unfortunately, many that are experiencing, they're associating it with negative consciousness versus, no, this is beautiful. What has surfaced is on its way out. So more space can be created within the template. This consciousness is a living template that purged, so that living truth of what already are in that golden light can easier stream through. The way it's streaming right now, it just streams through. And it's so important. Our holy garment is really loved and just embraced and taken care of, because it has to come through here. So having said that, we are in Florida. We are in the Gulf Coast of Florida in Sarasota.
We're in Siesta Key, right outside, in these beautiful, magnificent crystal beaches with 99% quartz crystal. And we pay attention to elements that I go down here to serve. Amazing to experience what happens when we take our and we meet that in a crystal field where energy expands through us, it illuminates through us, and really get deeper in these higher words of that. So to start an area that we feel such a magnificent level of light, a level of love. And as many of us feel by the ocean, there's just these ions of energy that connect us deeper into our highest level of Christ consciousness. So we're blessed that we've been called to support this community and city of light as we share our gifts, services, healings, and everything that moves through us.
And just so that for people that don't know, Sarasota right here is one of the cities of light, one of the 22 cities of light around Earth. It was activated in the diamond prism. So, you know, many the ones that have been following me for years, they know the last 10 years has been dedicated to the diamond crystalline body activation. We started 3 years ago with this diamond consciousness as we've joined on this call. So everything is around that diamond template that can radiate the Christ light through its facet very easily and peacefully and just effortlessly. So the environment now supports it, and we're very honored from here. This is so and way to connect to different on Earth so that we can experience this. Now, bit of the internet going in and off, and Christine, yours is going in and off. So we'll see what we'll do with this. There is, for the frequency thing, so it does that. These beautiful computers can't quite match up either. So, but we'll do the best we can. So we are sharing today's guided meditation that Michael is going to be leading us into.
This morning.
Okay, well, you know,
us.
this,
So,
we figured this might happen. You guys cut out briefly, but continue. It's all good.
Yeah.
So today we're going to start off with a beautiful meditation that I was guided first thing in the morning in my own private meditation, in which I received the message to focus on bringing in the golden rays of light, connecting our Christ consciousness through Sophia and throughout the world, which we'll go ahead and start and just continue as the internet may come in and out, but we'll do our best and initiate this as we go forward.
So before doing that, we just ask you to find a comfortable place and yours. Okay. We ask you to just relax and really tune into your breath first. Just nice, easy in breath in and breath out through your mouth. Just release a little bit out of your mouth so you can create space. And just make sure your feet, your legs are not crossed. If you're sitting on a chair, they're totally flat with your spine straight, and you're connected fully to this golden cord that's always connected to source, to top of your crown chakra, to your heart, all the way to the heart of Gaia. So you're sitting there nice and relaxed. And for your fingers, you can place your hands like this or together, whichever way feels called to you, and place it right below your belly and just relax back. The key is just allow yourself to receive and be open in reception. This is very important. Be open to receive, because most of you are used to giving. We just invite you to receive. Michael is going to guide into the journey, and then I'll pick it up with the light transmission language afterwards.
Taking a nice deep breath in and a nice deep breath out. Allowing yourself to bring all attention to this present moment. Focusing on your inhalation in and your exhalation out. As you visualize the great central sun before you, shining these golden Christed rays of light upon your head. As you breathe in, sense, feel, and see these golden Christed rays of light now beaming directly upon your head, illuminating your mind and feeling the divine mind expand within you, breathing that in, feeling these golden Christed rays of light connect between left and right hemisphere. Feeling this liberation and peace that your divine mind is awakening to its Christed self. Feeling this peace and tranquility as it expands deeper within your head. You feel this Christed light open up your third eye, allowing your divine eye to see even greater, expand even larger as you feel these rays of light illuminate deeper within you. Seeing this light expand in your throat and back, allowing this divine expression of Christed light to seed within you as now it's planted directly in your heart, allowing this divine love to radiate, to emanate, and to expand deep within your soul, feeling this compassion and breathing into it, feeling the divine love fill your chest and breathing into it, feeling this light expand deeper as it moves through your back and belly, awakening your divine power of Christed light that shimmers through every organ, every cell, and every muscle as it descends, allowing you to feel the divine security, the divine safety, and the divine connection of your Christed light shine all the way through your feet and legs and body, as if they are rooted deep upon earth, moving through the rocks, the crystals, the lava, descending deep into Gaia's heart of Sophia Christ, allowing yourself to feel this connection between heaven and earth, your Christ itself illuminating, vibrating. And as this golden light shines, imagine this golden sphere of light, this Christed light, is now placed upon your hands. And breathe that into your whole physical temple now. Feeling that sphere of Christed golden light expand now into your mental body as you breathe that in now. Expanding that golden light deeper into your emotional body as you breathe that in now. Feeling that golden Christed field of light expand into your ethereal body and breathe that in now. As you sense and feel this golden Christed sphere of light expand into your spiritual body as you breathe that in now. Radiating it through all aspects of all parts of your DNA as it expands through you, through your town, city, and state or province. Feeling that light expand through the country that we're in, As it expands through the whole world, you see, feel this Christed love, this light that now emanates upon the whole universe and beyond. Breathing that in and breathing that out.
Naria Hunaya Kwahiatai Minaru Akuatiari Tiraun Tain Taraka Intirahu Minirinaka Rinantaranti Nuratai Irat Marina Rutarai Urantaria Rutar Irantariuri Iranturkintai Uratia Urkintai Urai Taramai tina hukuta tina mua e tina ku ata iti ina au Rutunai tadi inatu. Ishvesikarkati sanai sanamieta sai. Kushinata semikitine siti ratasuti. Istimisatai ma usuratahi. Isadati amukasi tanatari si. Take a deep in breath in and release. Another deep in breath in and release. One more deep in breath in and release. Place your hands on your hearts and repeat after me. I love Source.
I love Source,
And Source loves me.
and Source loves me.
I am in Source, and Source is in me.
I am in Source, and Source is in me.
Take a deep breath in and release that. I am present.
I am present,
And present is me.
and present is me.
I am in present, and present is in me.
I am in present, and present is in me.
Take a deep breath in and release. I am with God,
I am with God,
and God is with me.
and God is with me.
I am in God, and God is in me.
I am in God, and God is in me.
Take a deep breath in and release. I am with Christ consciousness,
I am with Christ consciousness,
and Christ consciousness is with me.
and Christ consciousness is with me.
I am in Christ consciousness, and Christ consciousness is in me.
I am in Christ consciousness, and Christ consciousness is in me.
Take a deep breath in and release. I am with my oneness,
I am with my oneness,
and my oneness is with me.
and my oneness is with me.
I am in my oneness, and my oneness is in me.
I am in my oneness, and my oneness is in me.
Take a deep breath in and release. I now ground in my spiritual, etheric, mental, emotional, and physical body. And I ground the Christ conscious, Sophia, Christ frequency in all of my bodies, in oneness of the unity Christ consciousness in me. Take a deep breath in and breathe out. I am complete. I am whole. I am all I've been seeking for. And I welcome my greatness from my infinite expression, infinite consciousness, my non-physical true self into this now, into this plane, into this reality, into the third dimensional consciousness, into my physical holy temple. And I welcome my dance of life. And so be it.
And so be it.
And so it is.
And so it is.
We are complete. Thank you.
Wow. It's been too long since I've experienced you guys. Amazing. Amazing. So I want anyone who's here to share with us, maybe in the comments, what you felt, what you heard, what you've seen, what you know, what you smelled, what you tasted, all of your senses. I mean, I'm just going to share a few things with you. I've seen a lot of purple. I felt at some point being touched here, and then the back of my head. I felt completely transported, embodied, loved, carried, witnessed. Thank you.
Oh, thank you
Thank
for
you.
being open to receive. So wonderful. So wonderful. And this just kickstarts it. You have 2 days of this. You've been blasting off, Christine.
And thanks to you, you guys are the activators. We needed to be grounded and to remember what the whole meaning of Christ consciousness is. And it's a feeling. And you guys absolutely embody it.
Oh, thank you. It is a daily present to be present with, and to also recognize when we're in alignment with it. So we're streaming, and when we're not, also embrace that, which is part of the journey of its transformation through this remarkable flame that transmutes and transcends. So we're very, very thankful. And thank you for everybody on the call. We just ask you to please drink a lot of water after this. I'm already really thirsty already. Whenever we get into space, we get very thirsty. So thank you so much. And we too would love to hear what individuals experience. And what is so important to know that you, depending on the day where you're vibrationally, some days you're going to experience so much more, some days you're going to experience a little bit, and that's perfect. There's a range what you experience it from one day to another day. Just trust it's all divine, it's all perfect, and we're just very grateful that you open yourself in just allowing.
And it's so important to recognize that this embodiment is really our mastery of taking it into those areas that may feel quite dense, those days where emotions, our bodies, our feelings, it's the ultimate mastery of our courage, our will, our strength to really feel what's already within us. There's nothing outside of us. Everything is within. And what I love about our union is we're constantly reminded that we don't need anything. Everything is already within it. There's no searching outward for Christ consciousness. It's already within us. And I'm sure that as Christine, as each individual comes upon today, we're all here to remind you to walk home to your Christed heart and to take what you feel and what resonates so that you can already feel it, emanate it, and most important, embody it in the best that you can. Some days are going to be you're floating on Machu Picchu. Other days you're going to be in the mud and being like, how can I ever? But when you come back to your heart and you feel that blessed gift of life that we get to experience each and every day, then you know that it's already here awaiting for us just to merge into our Christed selves with our love, with our like, and most important, with our joy, our fun, and our beingness of playing in this earth experience, no matter what it looks like outside. Right here is the portal on the door, and we're just grateful that we can shine that message and share that with all of you today.
Beautiful, beautiful. Yeah, I'm feeling all of that. Thank you for the reminders. Because we, us humans, we forget. Anyways, Patty is saying, I felt calmness and peace and unconditional love of God.
Thank you, Patty.
Thank
Wonderful.
you, Patty.
Yeah,
And
I feel this.
go ahead.
I was going to say, I feel one of the most important things to recognize, there is no spiritual path. There is no spiritual way. You already are it. You don't need to create anything. There's nowhere to go. There's really, it's what we speak of is within, it already is. But the consciousness is to recognize you got to bring it to this plane. It's not to go out of this plane. Right here, every day, whether you go to the grocery store, whether you're riding your bike, whether it's in your interactions, and it is in the interactions with the denser vibration. How can you bring your love to it? So this is what we've let go of so much, and be able to now really immerse ourselves in, okay, what's it like to bring this into these frequencies that we need, that is in separation of this, and for us not remain here and not be pulled into trigger or anything, like remain here and bring our love to it. So that grandness, that's really the muscle that's being trained in so many of us, and especially on us in our union. We have debris come up constantly in our field individually and then in our field. So we have to meet it. We have to, so, and we know we can't use the muscle of the trained muscle of the past that's caused damage. We gotta, okay, so we gotta, okay, communicate it with love from here and really exercise it. So it's, when we talk about embodiment, is actual muscle practice. So for anybody that pisses you off, brings out that trigger in you, no, they are the biggest treasure, because they've been giving you the opportunity for you to really get in touch with your Christ light and to take this step from that. This is the key. And we are constantly monitoring ourselves and each other with that. And then we're like back on the drawing board, back in the drawing board. We do very well some days, and some days, no, not at all. And then we're back on the drawing board.
We laugh.
And we laugh,
smile,
a lot.
We go through our emotions, and we're constantly being remembered that this Christed love, this divine love, it's within us. So if we can just remind ourselves, apply it in our actions, apply it in our thoughts, apply it in our emotions, apply it in our walk of life. And yes, it may easier said than easier done, because we have so many beliefs and conditions and programs and outer, yet if we feel that love and it feels so delicious and amazing and it's incredible, then why not start to awaken as your first medicine, so that you can start the day out in seeing how you emanate that and share that and meet that with each person that crosses your path. That we feel blessed that we could do it today, because it is a gift that we can share this love with you, Christine, with each person that's here watching it, because when we activate that and feel that, it only feels natural to keep shining and spreading it upon every person being in place that we're so fortunate to be a part of.
So wonderfully said. Thank you so much for all the reminders. Brandy is joining us from Illinois.
Hi,
She's so happy to be here.
welcome. Thank you.
And
Thanks,
real quick-
Brandy.
And I just wanted to say, we put it into the comments, and I know that you mentioned about a wonderful gift. So
are we in that section yet, too, so we can talk about it? Are we ready?
I just wanted to share one more comment. I know a beautiful Gitte is joining us from Denmark. She's
Hi,
one of
Gitte.
my clients. So she said she felt peaceful instantly. And that is the magic of Reverend Honey and Michael. So yes, you guys talk about the gift. You guys always get these beautiful downloads, inspirations.
So Michael and I are talking about the Christ energy is very large because it already is. It's larger in our life, and that's what we're tapping into. So it is so abundant. So today for this, we didn't have a plan at all, and we said, because we're kickstarting this and we know how powerful this is, and also I felt because I'm going into my 50th solar return on Tuesday, welcoming the new century. So excited, half a century.
50, you look 20, my dear.
Thank you. I'm so excited. So we start our vacation this week. So I love presents. I feel like universe presents us so much presence in life, and we said, let's gift the people who are on here. So we both received. I said, Michael, how about we give away 33 minutes of divine heart listening sessions. So this is something that Michael does.
To the first 33
people that reach out. Wait. The way you reach out is you have to just join us on our Instagram on Ascension Alchemist, and also on our Facebook page on Ascension Alchemist. And both pages, we just want to make sure you join us. So that's part of you connecting to this. It is connected
or
to this.
Or if you have one or the other.
That's right. If they don't have that.
They don't have one or the other.
One or the other.
YouTube.
Or our YouTube channel, any of those.
Or
just
here,
message us. Say Christ Consciousness Summit. So we know you watch this and you're ready to receive this, and say, I'm ready to receive the gift. So then we'll connect with you. So we will, for 33 people, we'll give this 33 minute of the Divine Heart listening. So we just wanted to blast it and gift it first because it just feels amazing. So whether the session is going to be with Michael or with me or both of us depends on our schedule. So you got to be patient as we schedule you in over the next few, 2 or 3 months. So that's our gift to you. And when you receive it with all your heart, that's a session that we usually do about 2 hours, but we're going to do it for 33 minutes. 33
still
minutes
bring in
of
as
this
much love and bring in all the energy
to connect
so
you
people
with
can
this.
feel that and really be hearted in what they're expressing, because it's a very transformational time where one can be held by that sacred divine masculine, the sacred divine feminine, and we really bring in that energy to support, honor, respect, and all that's being moved through, because as you know, the art of sacred divine listening is a healing of its own. So we're very, very gifted, grateful to you, Christine, for making the another 3 opportunity of this Christ consciousness.
We're so connected.
And thank you
that.
for kickstarting it. We feel super blessed with everyone else of starting this beautiful, wonderful, sacred event.
And most importantly, Christine, you opened this up, right? So others can join and give. There's nothing more beautiful. Christ conscious frequency gifts, because it's so ginormous. It just wants to give, radiate it out. And any of us like presenters, when we open this up, we're really opening it greater within ourselves even. And because we know there's infinite amount that wants to come in even greater. So that's why the frequency is so amazing. We get it. We're like, no, we're not going to do one session. We're going to do 33 of them because it feels that fantastic, because the energy, the frequency is that grand. And may may you tap into that grandness. Go gift big today and open it up in yourself.
And all those that are listening, give yourself the opportunity to be open and receive this gift. Be open to receive, because that's one of the biggest things. Once we are open to receive, the divine, universal abundance, wealth, and prosperity naturally flows through you.
Yeah.
Amazing, amazing. Yeah, Marcia's just saying, and I was going to say, bless you both for being so generous. 33, 33, those numbers.
Yep.
Yeah.
Because
Wow, amazing.
we are generous by nature. Divine is extremely generous. So why are we limiting ourselves? Why?
Absolutely, absolutely.
So thank you.
I know. Thank you. Thank you guys so much. And thank you for generating this beautiful energy. I feel like we're blasting off, as HoniB would say. And gifting and giving is cyclical. I mean, it's not a one for one. It's how may I serve and watch what happens. Okay. That's how this works. That's how law of attraction works. That's how you're already prosperous. You're already abundant. You're a magnet already. So start acting like it. Like Rumi says, act like life is rigged in your favor.
Yep.
And I want to thank you for volunteering more time, as unfortunately one of our presenters who was right after you was sick. So we thank you for that, and enjoy your in-person sessions today that you're
we
doing.
have tonight here for people that are coming. Yes.
Well, they're so lucky, you guys. So you got to get to Florida, I guess, is what I'm saying.
All these crystalline rays from Siesta Key and Sarasota to you, Christine, to everyone that's watching, because as you know, everything's frequency, everything's vibration. So we send that with all of our Christed love, all of our light, and all of our appreciation that we are here all together as one.
Beautiful.
Yeah,
Thank you so much.
We're reaching out. So as soon as, again, just the keys, you got to go on our Facebook page, Essential Alchemist, Instagram or YouTube channel.
Either one.
Either one of those three. You like it and just message us directly, so we know you watch this, and put Christ Conscious Summit, and we know, and say, I am ready to receive. So we'll get in touch with you.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Reverend HoniB and Michael. I love you.
You.
We will talk soon.
Yes.
Very much so.
Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you all. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Oh, wow. Okay. Ooh, you know what? Before I started, I was like, wow, what's going on? What's happening? You're trying to get things all figured out and shifted and in the flow. And here we are. Here we are. So amazing. There's the gift. Go ahead, grab it. There's only 33. Really, I mean, that's going to go quick. I know it will, because these two are amazing. I've experienced, like I said, their healings, their divine heart listening sessions, their meditations. I mean, if you're on the replay, let us know what you thought as well. And let us know what you're looking forward to in this summit. So I am going to leave a link, because there is a contest as well. I'm hosting a contest along with a few others. And it's a 6-week Unleash Your Magic mentorship. So I'm going to put that up here right away so you guys can see it. And the link is also in the description as well. If somehow you can't find it and you need it, it's available right now. There is 6 days left to enter. We're talking about prizes over $3,000, depending on the session. So, if you're wondering, oh my gosh, am I intuitive? Am I an empath? Am I an old soul? Why do I feel anxious, depressed? Why do I feel lost? Why do I feel stuck? And that's the kind of work I do. So you will discover that you have gifts. You always have. And I'm merely, and I'm being very humble, the activator for all of those. So if you'd like even to talk about that, I have discovery sessions as well that are completely free. So yes, okay, I'm grabbing your tags, guys, here. It is, well, it's more than a one-person show here. I've got God always on my side to assist. And yeah, here's all the links. I'm just going to copy and paste. You guys share with me who you're looking forward to, what you're looking forward to, what you're struggling with as well. Yeah, Linnea was supposed to join us today, but she is not feeling well. And you know, when you're in the healing realms, when you're a healer and all of that, which all of us are, you tend to overgive and put others ahead of yourself. And she is, you know, encompassing self love and self care. So we're sending lots of love to you out there, Linnea. And also Valerie as well was not feeling well. So, yeah, it's already being done. As I said, it's already being done. Thank you so much. And yeah, April Monique is coming up next. So I also wanted to share a few other things. Share. I like to keep things private as much as possible. But you know what? I feel, there's some things that need to be private, but when it comes to loss and grief and when people are struggling, this is where we need to come together. So this show, because I got carried away in the blissness of HoniB and Michael, 1 year ago, my mom passed away. Today. Whew. Yeah, I remember the call. And when my sister Robin called, I could hear it in her voice, just like you can hear it in my voice. As soon as I heard it, she didn't even have to speak. I already knew my mom was gone. And people always ask, how did she pass? Well, let me see. She just finished dinner and she was walking to the kitchen and she dropped dead. I know that sounds really blunt and harsh, but that's how she went. And at first, I thought that's just terrible. But actually, I'm so glad she did not suffer. And she went. And I also want to say, anybody that's experienced the death of or loss of a loved one, a friend, whoever, a pet, time does not heal all wounds. Let me tell you that right now. And grief is like waves of the ocean. And like Michael even said, 1 minute you're on top of the mountain and the next you're at the bottom. That is how grief happens. And the more that we can practice empathy and compassion for one another, and maybe you might not understand like I did. I didn't know anybody that passed. But I lost 3 people in 2021. 3 people. My mom, my aunt, and a very good friend. These were gifted by God. These people were gifts. They were not yours to keep. That's how gifts work. But they stay with you forever. So my mom was gifted back because she's got big things to do. So, and I see her in everything, especially hummingbirds. Let me know what animals you see. How does spirit show up for you? Is it through signs, symbols, repeating numbers? I mean, that could be your whole collective team. So I want you to share with me how, and music, song especially, your dreams, all of it. They are not coincidences, okay? And that's, the type of work I do is paying attention because we are so distracted. I mean, thank you for taking the time to be here today. I know you have so many things you could be doing and watching. I appreciate you all so much. So yeah, just let me know. Let's see, we've got lots of comments to catch up on here as well. Facebook user. The only way that I can see you in a group is to click in the description. You have to authorize StreamYard so I can see your picture and your name, unfortunately. So they're just saying it's a shame sending love of healing to Linnea and Valerie. And that almost sounds like Ray Kalman, but hey. Gitte, thank you so much. I'm feeling the warm, loving hugs all the way from Denmark. And I did get your email. I will be getting back to you, my dear. Another Facebook user, holding the space for you, Christine, and sending lots of love and hugs. Well, thank you. Thank you so much. I'm feeling all of that. Thank you, Patty. You've been a very, very dear friend. There's angels amongst us everywhere, and they could be as random as the bus driver, right? Never discount anyone who comes into your path. Again, it's not a coincidence. It's a synchronistic time to connect with yourself and with this other person, sharing your love, your light. One small act of kindness could change someone's life. You just have no idea the impact that you have on other people. Remember that. And remember also, I'm reminded, hurt people hurt people. Hurt people hurt people. They only come from their level of perception, which many, I don't have a body. It's an illusion, right? We have to remember that. This, like Dolores Cannon says, this is a movie and you're the director, the artist, the creator, the playwright, the costume maker, all of it. So what are you going to create in this lifetime? Because we're meant to create. I mean, the space that I'm in, the artist, amazing. All of these paintings he did. All of them. Thank you, Marcia. What an honor to have Teresa with us today. I'm full of chill bumps and can feel her. I remember well this day last year. She was with you today, cheering you on to do the work you're meant to do. I love you. Thank you, Marcia. She is our resident cheerleader. She took the mentorship with me, and she's amazing. Amazing. I talk about you all the time. You inspire other people, including myself. So thank you. And yes, I knew it was Ray. She is going to be on the summit as well, and she brings in that beautiful angelic Christ consciousness, all of it. She works with the angels, so stay tuned for that as well. Patty, jeez, I wasn't going to cry. I always refer back to that movie. There's no crying in baseball. Yeah, you've changed my life as well. And because here's how it works. Somebody helped me change my life in 2016. So I'm paying it forward by helping others do the same. Because once you realize your infinite power, your infinite potential, that you're not here to pay bills and die. Can I tell you that? And if that's how you feel, I want you to know there's a way out. There's a way out, as they call it, the matrix. Oh boy, all this stuff is coming forward. I remember last year I was supposed to have the summit, and I honored myself. I just I knew I'd be crying the whole time. So just like I was crying the whole time driving to my mom's funeral. That was 1,200 kilometers. That was a lot of kilometers. But I had God with me the whole time. So, and my mom and my whole angelic collective team of guides, angels, and loved ones. So know that you're never alone, even if you feel that you're alone. And speaking of that, I'm going to go back because there was a comment. And Mandy, I don't know if you're still here, but you were asking if we feel frustrated and anger when something happens, what should we do to shift the energy to love? First of all, I always try to find out where that feeling is coming from in the body somewhere. And then go into hopefully you can, oh, here I am. I'm back. And so you know, in Ecuador here, there's no 5G, thank God. I will be coming in and out. In and out. Yes, my mom. So to shift, it's as easy as connecting back to your heart. Your heart is the bridge between everything, heart and soul. Heart and soul. Upper 3 chakras, lower 3 chakras. Most of the time, this frustration and anger is coming from an unmet need within something that you have dismissed within yourself, something that you feel that you're not connected to, which is usually yourself. So investigate. I highly recommend journaling and meditation, and find something that makes you instantly go to that place of love. What is it for you? For me, I just think of animals, any animal. Instantly smile on my face. God, instantly. It's that instant connection. So really, you're being. It's all of the emotions that we tend to dismiss, bury, or spiritually bypass. Meaning, not everything is of love and light. Sometimes you have to get real with yourself and figure out where this is coming from. You have to get real, be authentic, because no healing is going to ever be transformed if it's not brought forward. And if it's interesting, if people are triggering you, it's a mirror. Again, a reflection of something that's not healed within you. Okay, enough of that ranting. Oh my gosh. Wow. Yeah, you're still getting some birthday blessings there, my dear. Everyone is saying thank you from Brandy, from Diane. Thank you, Diane, for being here. Gitte, she loves the Siesta Keys. Patty is definitely feeling all of that Florida magic. And they're sharing love right back at you. Right back at you. Love that. Love that. Gitte is saying tears are pearls from the heart. Yeah, that's lovely. And definitely, cry. Because it's usually something that's held that needs to be released. It's a release. So anytime that you can release something, move the body, whatever it is, have a beautiful Epsom salt bath, stuff like that. Those singing, dancing, art is therapy, any type of art. I mean, just being in this room is amazing. I wanted to show you this tree. He creates these bonsai trees as well. I mean, look at this. To me, this reminds me of the heart. You've got the pinks, you've got the green, and then you've got the owl. Isn't that cute? So I'm giving a shout out to Alex as well. He is super talented. He does a lot of flower paintings. So he really embodies the energy of the flower, the unfolding of the flower. I mean, I don't know about you, but I could look into a flower for days, just like looking into a candle. It's that type of, gazing where you just instantly transport yourself somewhere. So we need more things like that. So that's the whole reason for the Christ Consciousness Summit. Many times I attempted to align to God, and nothing really stuck. I was even baptized at the age of 25. Interesting. They believed, I can't even remember the denomination of the church, but they believed that you had to know who God was first before you were baptized. And then in other religions, they say, well, no, you have to be baptized as a child. And I'm like, okay, wow, no wonder people are confused. No wonder people are illusioned with religion. And no wonder there's so many past life wounds and things that need to be healed because of it. I mean, I know there's people that were former nuns and priests, right? It's a thing. It's real. Patty's saying, please say a prayer as there is a dire, I'm not sure, at a church by me. I'm not sure what You'll have to retype that for me, please. Yeah, that is a beautiful bonsai. They had a beautiful bonsai botanical garden here as well. I shared lots of pictures as well. So, all right, I'm just going to, yeah, please share with us anything else you're looking forward to. There's the contest. I already shared that. Lovely, lovely. There's so much beauty surrounding this as we're doing. Aha. All right. And speaking of trees, got the lovely Keira coming up here. Yes, absolutely. 1:15, and we're almost there. We are almost there. I'm just checking to make sure no one's having any trouble getting on. Absolutely. So anytime you can get out in nature, this is a really, there's a church on fire. Okay, okay. Well, we'll bring in that. Yeah. So at the end of this, please, we're going to do some prayer to close this out, and some grounding, and a little mini meditation, and really encompassing. I'm going to be doing that at the end. Okay. So remind me, Patty, at the end about the church. But I'll make a note about that in my prayer request book. Because prayer is, it's transformational. It really connects to yourself, back to God, and to others. So prayers for church. I've got it. All right. Amazing. And thank you. There's Sonia. She's coming in. She'll be joining us tomorrow. She's one of a beautiful presenter and an empowerment trainer. Thank you for being here, Sonia. We love you. Yeah, I still can't get over how young HoniB is. Like I said, she looks 20. And I swear that, once you really embody your Christed self, yeah, it's like you turn back time. It's a thing. I speak for it. I mean, sure, there's also diet and all that too, but it's amazing. I'm testimony, I guess, for that, definitely. So, all right, I'm going to invite. Just sending a message here. Just give me a sec. It is only myself, me, myself, and I. All right, so I got that out. That's good. So yeah, I'm going to just put up the card here for our next presenter. Too funny. Yeah, and I don't know if you follow me on YouTube, but I had just uploaded the 2 times new moon energy. This is the black moon. And why is it a black moon? Because it's 2 moons in 1 month. So I did a beautiful meditation and Reiki healing, some prayers as well. There's a solar eclipse, and it's in Taurus. So we're moving into the month of May here, right? So what are we embodying? Taurus. I mean, think of the bull. It's a fixed sign. But Taurus knows their worth, and maybe just a little too much, if you know what I mean. They could be very stubborn. So what can you embody in regards to that Taurus energy, that Taurian energy? I mean, the beautiful Reverend Honey is a Taurus, but you know what? There's 12 signs. So I really think we're all of them, in a sense. We could take from each sign. We don't have to be right to the letter for everything, and some people are on the cusp. I'm not an astrology expert by any means, other than I'm a lover of astrology, a lover of mythology, obviously a lover of God, right? But I'm just getting a message in that if you're curious about things, those are, those are things you need to go towards. Even if someone thinks they're silly or crazy or whatever their talk is, ignore it, because it's being drawn into your experience for a reason, and you need to go and explore it. So the more that you can explore, the better, the better. And I like to say we're always seeking, or what's my path, what's my purpose. Be the finder. Be the finder. You already are. You already are. So go towards the things that light you up, that absolutely light you up. So yeah, share with us. Welcome to the summit. If you're new, say hello. Let us know where you're from. We'd love to know. And we also want to know what you're struggling with. What do you need help with? What's going on for you in 2022? I mean, 2020 was like smack, like boom. That was really the one eye. That was the one eye opening collectively. We are no longer under the spell or being hypnotized, right? Anybody else feeling that? 2021, we learned to adjust to everything that was going on because everything is different. And we're not going back to the way things are. Why would you want to? That's crazy making. That's crazy making. The only person that enjoys chasing their tail is a dog, right? Or maybe the cat. So now that we're in 2022, we know that we're moving from the Piscean age, which is dark and full of patriarchal, colonialism, you name it. Now we're moving into the Age of Aquarius, which is air. It's in the air. Everything's in the air. Do you get that analogy as well? So we're here for community, connection, co-creation, and cross-pollination, just like the bumblebee. And I know a lot of you that are in the Northern Hemisphere are moving into spring. At least most of you are. I get messages from home sometimes, and it's like, it's still snowing, and oh my goodness, you guys. Mother Nature is in menopause. What can I tell you? She is not happy, but at the same time, she can heal all, right? Just like we can. And I also want to mention things about war as well. The only way things are going to get healed is to heal the inner war within ourselves. And that's why we're here. That's why we're here. So no relationship, no politician, no religious figure, no guru is going to save the world. I think, we have to remember to be responsible. We are responsible. We are accountable for us. Heal here, then it will manifest outward. I was reminded by a mentor. He talked about, planets and the energy and the Schumann's resonance and 5G and solar flares. He said, the sun, the God, the Father, the Son, the solar plexus, the sun. So when whatever you're putting out into the world, it hits the planets, and that energy it's like a mirror. So what are you putting out? So you cannot blame Mercury retrograde or any other retrograde for whatever's going on in your life or the solar flares. Yes, it is an energy, but we are energy. So what are you putting out? If you're putting out hate and resentment and competition and whatever else and jealousy, my gosh, that gets magnitude by everyone else. So and not shaming anyone. We don't need any more of shame, guilt, blame, any of that. Just saying, wow, yeah, maybe I was feeling a little off that day and I need to do some more work on that. And just say, okay, I get to do the work. That's a blessing, not a curse. Just like your sensitivity is a blessing and not a curse. Okay? And anyone that says you don't fit in, you're the black sheep, you're not meant to fit in. Ever. You are uniquely you. I'm speaking to whoever needs to hear this. And I'm specifically talking about family as well, okay? I will say they are the biggest offenders in regards to how your healing is going. Not everybody is going to be cheering you on, okay? So you can love them from a distance, a long distance away, okay? Hi, Shirley. So nice to see you. Thank you so much for being here. Hopefully the weather is beautiful in Victoria, where I used to be from. As well, I'm giving a shout out to Calgary, Alberta, and Edmonton, Alberta. Both places are near and dear to my heart. Gitte is talking about contacting my inner strength. I can imagine. Yeah. And she's also saying she wants to integrate more Christ consciousness in 2022. Absolutely. Yes, Tauruses are very, very loving. Yes, they are. But they're very organized too. Very much the, go-getters. Go get them. All right. So, yeah. All right. I am, going to stop talking here. And we're carrying on with the summit. This is our next presenter, Keira Lani. She's a Qigong healer, activator, and guide, and with more than 15 years experience in the healing arts. She's the founder of Qigong Healing and creator of the Healer's Journey and Mastery. She offers virtual and live retreats. Love that. Intensive training, personal mentorship, and she combines her ancient self-healing art with scientific body knowledge to create powerful transformational experiences. And she bravely explores her inner landscape and shadow self so that she can guide you on her inner journey. I love all of that. I've experienced her healing, her meditations, her beautiful way. And I can't wait to share her with you. So I'm going to bring her on. Welcome, Keira.
Thank you, Christine. And I apologize for the mix-up on the time. I'm so grateful to be here with you now. I have lit a guardian angel for all of us today to help smooth out the energies. This eclipse has brought up so much for me and everyone that I'm communicating with lately. So if any of you out there are also feeling like you need that extra connection to the guidance and the angels, I'm lighting the candle for all of us. So thank you.
Lovely. Thank you so much. And I'm in Ecuador. Where in the world are you?
I am in Southern Oregon, just to the north of California by Mount Shasta.
Ooh, beautiful, beautiful, lovely, lovely. All right. So, yeah, anytime you're ready, and you know what? Everything is divinely timed. So you showed up at the perfect time. And we thank you for joining us. I believe this is you've been with us from the beginning, have you not? If memory serves me right.
I believe this is the third time that I'm sitting in the Christ Consciousness Summit with you, Christine. And thank you for reminding me of that, because it's so interesting that I was called to bring the guardian angel. And the number 3 is such a powerful number. And so to be able to bring that into what we're offering here today, to that reminder of the power of 3s, the way that the divine enters into our body by dividing into duality to create the divine feminine and masculine energies that are connected to the earth and the heaven, and then come in to combine into this beautiful energy of life. And here we are expressing it in the threefold way of mind, body, and spirit. And we have our, our mother, our father, our divine child that is within. And so it's such a pleasure to have the opportunity to come back for the third time and share in this incredibly powerful moment. I have been feeling and witnessing so much clearing and purging, like extreme stagnation showing up so that all of the pipes can be cleared. And this is showing up in my life, literally and figuratively, on a daily, minutely, hourly basis. And here we are to actually consciously witness how that impacts our soul by sitting together here. So I want to personally thank each one of you who is tuning in to this segment or the entire Christ Consciousness Summit for really taking this time to do what's important to your soul and allow all of that chaotic stuff of life to just swirl around for a while and come back to your center.
I'm feeling all of this. I mean, as all these yourself and others that show up today, I will be in the background enjoying it as well. I mean, I absolutely, we're here to share our gifts, but also receive. So I'm fully receiving. I want everyone else to receive this. And interesting, you were talking about threes. There are no coincidences. They offered 33 gifts and they were talking about threes before you got on. So this is just mind blowing. So
very,
the
very
synchronicity, how we're all
Mhm.
connected more than we like to think we are.
Yeah.
So thank you for sharing, and let me know when you're ready to go, and away we go.
All right. Yeah, I think I'm ready. I really felt called today to share with all of you some important work that I've been doing with the trees. If you have met me before, or if you have not met me before, I am sometimes known as the tree gong healer. And I work directly with the trees in the consciousness field. So when we talk about Christ consciousness, we're talking about aligning our vibration, our individuated consciousness with the collective consciousness. And in my work that I do with the trees, they have shown me that they are guardians of that consciousness field. The very first time that I directly communicated with a tree, he took me on a journey to show me this network of consciousness, which I later learned shows up physically within the root structure of the trees through the mycelial network, which is a network of mushroom roots connecting the roots of the trees in communication, in a sharing of nutrients. And then I realized, well, yes, that's what Grandpa Cedar was showing me that day when he took me on my first tree-guided meditation when I was in my early 20s. And what I experienced in that moment before I knew about the mycelial network is real. It is there for all of us to access. The network of communication that is the network of communication that encircles our orb of creation here. Every being of consciousness is directly tapped into this network of consciousness. We may or may not recognize that consciously. I imagine most of you here do recognize that there's some way for you to access this global consciousness. The trees are guardians of a web of communication that encircles the entire earth, that imbues our planet, our ecosystems with consciousness. And they have asked me to help them to bring more people into this important work, because the trees have been decimated in certain areas around the globe. There already are many areas where the trees have to reach farther to connect into this global consciousness. And in areas where there's a lot of city, they need more help. So they've asked me to invite all of you into this important work. And how do we as humans contribute to the trees' guardianship of the consciousness field? Well, mostly by staying in connection with the trees and nature, taking time to go into nature. Making a connection with a personal tree can really help, because this tree can show you where that assistance is needed. Taking the time, especially when you're in places like airports, airplanes, high-rise buildings, heavy traffic, to remember what it's like to be with a tree. Think about the trees. And not only will this help you ground and be more present and relaxed, because when we're relaxed, we have quicker reflexes, we have clearer thought patterns, we're more able to react to the challenges of life. So just thinking of a tree and remembering how it feels to breathe with a tree can help you relax and be more present for what life is throwing at you. And you will be contributing to this greater work that the trees have invited you into. If you have tuned into this video, the trees are directly inviting you to become part of this worldwide project to unify the consciousness, especially in places where it's become frayed or tattered or entangled with a lot of damaging thought patterns, damaging emotions. When we all come in and unify in this way, we're helping heal that. And the other way that you can do that is by focusing on your own personal healing, because this web of consciousness is a reflection of the web of consciousness within your physical body. It's very similar in structure to the fascial layer that connects your entire body, connecting your skin to your fat, to your muscles, to your bones, your tendons, encircling your internal organs. This connective tissue layer that connects you physically is also a generator of light and a carrier of consciousness. So this is another way that you can activate your personal Christ consciousness to make yourself be a more active conduit to assist with the work of the trees, to connect with the angels and guides, to really have the clear guidance that it takes to walk your personal path as a Christ consciousness spiritual warrior with clarity and confidence and ease and grace. So I want to invite you into a direct connection with the trees now, and we're going to enter through the breath. So wherever you are sitting or standing, or even if you're lying down, I invite you to connect to the earth. And where you're sitting or standing, place your feet firmly on the earth at the distance of your shoulders. Soften your gaze or close your eyes and feel as if roots are growing down from the balls of your feet into the earth, down from the core of your pelvis. Feel these roots questing into the earth, growing as deep as you are tall when standing, as wide as your arms open when you spread them. And begin to breathe in connection with the earth, breathing from the earth, from these roots beneath you, into the core of your pelvis, and fill up your belly with each breath. Fill it up with earth energy, feeling that loving, grounding presence, the most dense yin, physical, watery energy of creation. Breathe it into you. Feel it filling up your belly until it overflows your heart. And then with each exhale, send it back down, offering your pure love and gratitude to the earth that holds you. And with your next inhale, extend from your roots, questing upward as if you can feel your inner trunk growing taller. Reach up through the crown and connect with the beautiful energy of the heavens. Feel your crown chakra opening to that divine light from above, and as you exhale, welcome it in to wash over and through you, connecting you back to the earth in that divine union between heaven and earth. Inhale from earth to heaven, exhale from heaven to earth. And just take a moment to bask in this energy, feeling it spiral through you, blending within you into the perfect blend of heaven and earth that creates your divine Christ consciousness being, your individuated awareness. And even your physical body, the way that you express yourself through this life. And now with your next breath, drop your awareness right into the heart center, into the place where these divine energies blend. And breathe for a moment into your own heart consciousness. Your heart is the emanator of your energy field. The energy of your heart extends up to 10 feet around you, sometimes even more. Your heart is the seat of your intelligence, your divine intelligence, your true Christ consciousness intelligence is seated in your heart. So take a moment to just breathe and be inside of your heart and just witness what is there. What would your heart like to communicate to your mental thought being right now? What would your heart like to communicate to your physical body being right now? Take a moment to be fully present with your heart. We're going to take 3 slow, deep heart breaths together in silence so you can really listen to your heart. And now tune in with your subtle awareness to the toroidal energy field being generated by your heart. And we'll follow it with the breath. So from the center of your heart, inhale up through the crown of the head. Find the top of your breath somewhere about 12 inches above the crown of your head. And then exhale and cascade down and outward around the outer edges of your energy field towards the earth. And then feel where the energy spirals in and under your feet. Inhale from 6 to 12 inches below your feet, through the central channel, through the crown, up to the soul star chakra, down around the outside of your energy field, into the earth, back through your feet. So inhaling through the center, exhaling around the outside, begin to sense, feel, and maybe even see your own energy field. And begin to recognize the shape of your energy field as the same shape of a tree's energy field. And now we're going to connect heart to heart with a tree. So just imagine a tree has shown up in front of you. This tree is whatever tree pops into your brain first. This tree has shown up to you consciously in the same toroidal field energy meditation that you have just been practicing. And you can see the tree's energy field surrounding it with light. Gaze at this tree and feel your heart respond to the heart of the tree. The tree's heart is generating a very similar energy field, a very similar consciousness vibration to you in this moment. Just feel the outermost edges of your energy field connecting with the energy field of this tree in this moment. And then as it feels right to you, begin to breathe with the tree. Each inhale, receive the gift of life that the breath of the tree is offering to you. With each exhale, offer that gift in kind right back to the tree and begin to feel your consciousness field unifying with the consciousness of the tree. Let's take a few breaths in connecting with this special tree, noticing the shape, the vibration, the energy of the tree. And again, we'll take 3 breaths in silence, so you can receive any message that this tree has for you in this moment. Grounding it in, fully receive that message. Feel how it is restructuring the vibration of your crystalline structure, activating you into a clearer, brighter, more expanded consciousness, more connected to the universal consciousness field, more activated in your Christ consciousness presence. And now begin to witness how we are all connected through the trees, witnessing the infinite number of connections represented by all the trees that your tree is connected to, all of the trees that they are connected to, all of the humans who are connected to each one of these trees, all of the animals who are connected, and the plant life and the birds and the insects and the microorganisms and the mushrooms and all of the life that is unified through this connection with the trees. And let's take a few breaths in silence again to just witness this web of consciousness, web of life of which we are a part, and really receive whatever messages are coming through just for you or maybe for the collective. And really integrate the vibration. So first, let's tune in for messages. So 3 breaths in silence. And now with the next breath, tune into the song that is being sung by all of the unique vibrations of all of the life forms who are connected in this web of life, web of consciousness. And tune in to how your individual soul song vibrates in harmony with this song of the universe. And then ask what is needed to attune your vibration to an even clearer tone. And just take a moment to witness where your attention is drawn, whether a thought pattern comes up, a physical body part is brought to your awareness, perhaps something that needs to be let go of or dedicated more strongly to, a project or idea. A practice or alignment technique. And just take a moment to integrate this into your cellular structure, your DNA, your molecular, atomic structure, and even or especially into the spaces between and within all of the components of your beingness. And now we'll return to the heart breath. Drop the awareness back into your heart center. And as you breathe into your heart, feel it as a magnet calling all parts of you back to you, arriving back into your individuated consciousness. Reach your physical and or energetic arms wide, taking a deep breath, gathering all those parts of you to you. Exhale, grounding it in, down through the crown, the third eye, the throat, the heart, the solar plexus, the navel, the root. And just take a deeper breath to arrive as you move your physical body. Wiggle your fingers and toes, wiggle your hips, roll your shoulders. Softly open your eyes and notice as you arrive back into your physical space what your gaze first falls on. And is there a different perception coming through your eyes in this moment?
Beautiful. Thank you so much. Guys, share in the comments what you've seen or heard or felt, experienced. What tree came through for you? It was the mighty oak for me.
Mm-hmm.
So that was lovely. And then the song that came in was Love Is by Alana Miles. It's a great song. She's a Canadian as well. So if you're not familiar with the song, go check it out.
Oh, I love that. It reminded me, when you said that, it reminded me of a time when I was driving through my favorite redwood grove, where it's like a dirt road. So you're only going about 15 miles an hour, and it's 6 miles. And I can open the roof on my van. So I open the roof and all the windows, and I'm just slowly cruising through the redwoods. And one of the last times I was there, I just spontaneously started singing, la, la, love, la, la, love. And it really felt like I was just singing along with the song that the trees were singing in that moment. And thank you for bringing that memory to mind. It's a sweet one.
Oh, I love that. That's amazing how everything is so, like, we're all activators, we're all healers, and we're all connected. Sonia is just saying beautiful. Thank you. And Brandy is saying that was amazing. She saw an ornamental cherry tree.
Oh,
Wow.
beautiful. Thank you for bringing that ornamental cherry tree, Brandy. I saw its petals gently falling when you first said that, and it just felt like love falling to the earth. So beautiful. Thank you.
Wow, what an image. Ray is sharing, she just said she loves connecting with trees.
Thank
Amazing.
you.
And Gitte, we both have the oak tree. A lot of joy from the earth and soul star. Heaven and earth, bring it right here. Bring it right here. So
beautiful. Yeah, my tree was an oak tree today as well, Christine.
wow.
Which is not always the case. I do have some really close connections with oak trees, but it's not always the oak for me. As you may know, it was a cedar tree first. And so, yeah, it's interesting.
Wow. Wow. Amazing. Gitte is just saying the song Joyful, Joyful. Cannot remember the movie. Okay. That'll come back to me. And Ray, everyone is, wow, we are so connected. I love this. That's why I do
That's
this.
a lot of oak trees, right?
That is a lot of oak. And, it just reminds me, the mighty oak, it's like planting a seed. You don't dig it up to see, oh, is it growing? No, it takes time. And then once it catches, watch out. So that's what I want everyone to remember from this summit. Find something that catches, and then boom, that's the activator. Off you go. Off you go. Well, thank you so much, Keira. I know that you have offered a prize in the grand prize pool. Is there anything else you'd like to share with us before we say goodbye? And thank you for your time.
Yeah, absolutely. So I would love to invite all of you to connect with me more if you're feeling called to do a deeper connection with trees, or for guidance on your personal healing journey or healer's expansion. And if you go to my website, practiceselflove.com, you can check out my current offerings, and at the top of the page will be a chance to sample what my weekly classes are like in my membership. There's a free class there. And if you scroll down, there also is another free gift, an opportunity to connect with me on a sample session. So also reach out to me, Keira Lani, Tree Gong Healer on Facebook, if you feel called to just message and connect with me that way.
Wonderful. Well, thank you so much. Enjoy the rest of your weekend and ground in those beautiful black moon solar eclipse energies. And yes, it's all in the description, and it'll be in the comments as well, guys. And if you're on the replay and can't find it, we will help you. You have any questions, we will answer them all. Okay. Thank you so much, Keira. Sending lots of love and light to you.
Back at you.
All right, guys. Waiting eagerly backstage is we're going, we're flowing. Here we go. April Monique. She is an intuitive embodiment healer, weaving coaching, neuroscience, somatic processing, and energy healing into her scene method for energetic visibility. So her clients call her their secret sauce. She specializes in healing visibility wounds, expand capacity for energetic visibility in all areas of business and life. And this goes beyond the visibility, branding, and mindset. So she's going to be talking about embodied visibility. She is new to our beautiful Christ consciousness family, but I'm sure she'll be a longtime member. Right? A lifetime, a founding member, as they call them. Welcome to the show, April. It's so nice to meet you.
Hello. It's great to be here. Thank you so much. Yes.
Wonderful. And guys, let us know where you're from. If you're new, say hello. And it looks like Sandra, she's saying hello. She loves Keira as well. Brandy is just saying thank you. I'm just catching up on some comments. And Facebook user, I have to go. Oh, it's Laura West. Okay, I'm doing like triple duty here. I'm checking other pages because I just want to let you guys know, if you're watching through the Christ Consciousness Facebook page, StreamYard, you have to authorize StreamYard in order for me to see your name and your picture. So we'll get that out of the way. Let us know where you are in the world, April. I'm in Ecuador.
I'm currently in Madison, Wisconsin. Yes.
Nice. Wisconsin.
Yeah.
I was talking to someone the other day in an expat group. They're from Wisconsin, and they used to live, I think it was Chicago, and they said they got tired of the big city and they love Wisconsin.
Oh, yeah. A lot of people in Chicago come to Wisconsin to have vacation homes and things like that.
And there's a
Yeah.
big German town or community, or there's a big German. Apparently, she was from Germany. That's it. She was a student from Germany. Interesting.
Yeah, there's a big German population in a lot of towns. Yeah. Yeah,
Well,
fun.
wonderful, wonderful. So thank you so much for being here. If you want to talk a little bit more about who you are, or if you just want to go right into your message for today, and we thank you so much for being here.
Yeah, thank you. I'm going to dive straight in. I wanted to share a little bit about my perspective of what visibility is. My background is as a therapist, healer, and coach. And so, through that therapy background and also being in the spiritual world for many years, and actually in a past life, as in my 20s, I was in ministry working on a college campus. And so, it was during that time that I really started deepening into my spiritual practices and realizing how much bigger they were than the ministry that I was there encompassing. And so I went on a journey of a decade trying to find my way through, going beyond just what felt at the time as limited, but now I see as just like my foundational practices for connecting with myself, with God, with Jesus, with consciousness, and going beyond. So I was really privileged, blessed to go through some very deep healing experiences while I was in grad school, shortly after I left the ministry. And it was at that time that I realized that Jesus was one of my main guides. I had been working with him since I was in the summer before second grade, and I hadn't really even realized what that meant. He was just always there with me. And as I started to open myself up to more avenues of healing and expansion and understanding while I was in graduate school to become a counselor, I was able to see so many other avenues for what we in the spiritual community and as people who connect with our spiritual selves, our ancestors, our spirit guides, deities, ascended masters, and even past lives, that has become such a big encompassing experience that I started looking at the wholeness of it versus just looking at pieces. I think a lot of times I noticed that because I'm in different worlds, I've come through many different careers and different circles, that I started to see, and I've been looking at this more deeply over the last year and a half, how we can so often put things in boxes and not really look at things holistically. And I started experimenting with, does that limit our consciousness? Does that limit our capability to expand into more of who we are here to be, who we are here to experience, what we are here to expand in the world? And so I work with change makers, healers, people who feel that they just have, whether it's within themselves, their family, their community, or the world, like this mission to find deeper ways of changing the world through the consciousness, through the deeper self-awareness and connectedness to the cosmic world. And so with that, I found that embodiment work was my pathway into this. That was the one thing that I had been using in a separate container. And when I brought it into my spiritual practice, I realized how much that was a part of who I am and a part of me finding my way through allowing people to really see me. So when I talk about visibility, I'm talking about the visibility of feeling seen, feeling heard, feeling nurtured, both within ourselves, in our relationships. If you run a business or you're a healer of any sort, like how people see you, and the disconnect that we can find there when we are seeing that through either a limited lens or an insecure lens, or not really like being able to really drop into our body. A lot of times I think that when going back to the wholeness of ourselves, a lot of times I see how when we're looking at, say, we're getting stuck in our head, or we're getting stuck in our emotions, or we're doing shadow work and we're moving through some hard pieces, and maybe even just staying in our bodies or staying connected to our spiritual self, but not really including our mental, emotional selves. Just how limited that feels to me. So, as I said, I started just exploring this. And what I've come up with is, and now I'm working with clients with, is this connection to opening ourselves up to be seen. So, the visibility of connecting with ourselves first, really being able to see and experience ourselves on a deeper level, so that then we can allow others to really see ourselves. So a lot of my past work was in communication and boundaries and connecting to just like getting out of your head and all of this nuanced ways of connecting with ourselves. But then when I put it all together, I saw that we're healing these patterns so that we're not perpetuating these patterns. But when we're not healing the whole self, we're still perpetuating those patterns a lot. So in my intro, Christine mentioned my scene method of visibility. And so what I see that as is I have it broken down SEEN, and the S is our sacred self. So that encompasses our self-love, our self-compassion. Self-compassion to me is a big piece of consciousness and being connected to ourselves and the world around us, being able to look at ourselves outside of what do people think of us, outside of the childhood wounds and the maybe even past life or generational wounds. One thing I've been researching lately that has been fascinating is the research around when people have experienced things, and I can't think of an example at this time, but in the research, they started looking at rats. And I promise I won't get clinical here, but this is fascinating. They started looking at rats and how if a rat experienced pain, then they experienced it over and over again. So when something happened, they would get scared and like go to the corner. So for generations of their children, they continued to experience that pain, and it just got worse through the generations, even though those generations in the future weren't experiencing any of that experience. They weren't experiencing any kind of pain or trauma. And so then they took that research to look beyond that, and we're thinking back to who are our ancestors and what kind of trauma have they gone through, and how has that generational lines to now we're actually experiencing trauma that we literally never experienced. We're having these responses and patterns that we've never experienced. And so I'm looking at this from this lens of we are such amazing beings, and there's so many things that we can have it happen in our life or experience that we just don't even understand where it came from. Some of it we understand, some of it's happened to us. So when I think about my connection with my spirit team, my spirit support team, I think about like, I couldn't really allow them to work in my life until I really had some deep self-compassion and understanding and in my confidence that I could trust them. So for me, like part of that is the depth of self-trust and self-love and self-compassion, giving me the deeper layer of trust to trust these intuitive inner wisdom, all of these things that are coming up for me that in the past I see for myself and a lot of people I work with that we know that we're getting these intuitive hits, or our gut is telling this, or we're even experiencing a connection with maybe our clair gifts and hearing the voice of God, or hearing what Jesus is telling us, or our other support team. But that trust, it can be really hard. And so that's why the foundation of this ability to be seen, heard, and nourished and nurtured is through the sacred self, connecting to the sacred self. And then the embodiment comes in where when we move our body, so this is where the neuroscience also comes in. It's just fascinating how much the spiritual, the science, like everything feels so connected. And so often I'll go on a brief tangent and say, so often I hear people say, I'm not really into the woo, but then they spout off some scientific principles that are very much the woo. So I think that's really interesting to me, that people don't often understand how much spiritual practices and consciousness and Christ consciousness are actually supported in science. So that's a whole conversation that we can have if anybody wants to reach out. I love having those kind of geek out on those kind of conversations. But so when we're embodying ourselves, we're literally moving our body, whether it's through a movement meditation. I do dance meditation and different types of movement meditation, but even through walking. Some of my most amazing meditations are while I'm out on a walk and connecting with my guides and really like letting my body heal itself. I remember one time last summer, I was out for a walk and saw just this beautiful light come into me and like healing my womb as I was walking. I felt like I was doing this, like, which I wasn't, but my body felt like it was doing this belly dancing gyration, because I was feeling that healing come through my womb, and it just opened up so much for me. And that was my moment of like, okay, I got it. Embodiment is the big piece here that I was missing. So then the second E is expansive self. So that's looking at how are you opening up your energetic capacity? Because if our energetic capacity is low, we have this little capacity to say, be seen, because of our fears, because of our past, because of our ancestors' past, because of our past lives, whatever it is, things that people said to us in childhood that stay here and become our own voice. When we are able to heal those, we are able to expand, but our capacity only can expand when we are moving through the healing. That is my belief. I'm not saying that is everyone's truth, but I just see how the expansive self is so connected to the energetic capacity we hold. And when we're feeling stuck, a lot of times it's because we're constricted and we're not opening up. We're not healing some of those energy, pieces of energy, pieces of the mind, pieces of the emotions, and that can go on and on. And then the nurtured self is the end, because there we go through and we connect with ourselves, we connect with our spirit team, we embody this healing, we integrate this healing, expanding into the energetic capacity that is opening up. And then we have to nurture it so that it continues to be a part of us, because going back into the neuroscience of it, as we know, if we aren't rewiring our neural pathways, which are the habitual thoughts that we have and the habitual actions that we take, which can go into the fight or flight, all of these different things that we just automatically do, if we're not creating new habits long term, and we're not nurturing these new habits, not just about accountability or holding ourselves to a bigger standard. I'm not talking about that, but just like the deep nurturing of connecting with yourself in those deep layers of who you are, and even just removing ourselves from spaces that drive our energy to be like our nervous system is all out of whack, or we're not connecting with ourselves, or spirit, just all of these things. When we're not nurturing ourselves, we're in these Facebook groups, or I hear so often people say like how overwhelming or exhausting Facebook is. And I'm like, then why aren't you removing those things from your site? Like, you really don't have to see those people or those things that you're seeing. You can remove yourself from those situations if you wanted to stay in that container, or you can just remove yourself from that container. And I believe that that's a big part of nurturing ourselves, so that we can continue on this path of expanding our visibility, expanding our capacity to be visible, in the sense of feeling like we can see ourselves. We're allowing other people to see ourselves, and really holding that space that is so incredibly powerful when we think about moving into our next level, our next layer. And so that's a little bit about my philosophy of the work that I do in spirituality, and just looking at this whole self as our container for encompassing this beautiful change we wish to see in the world. And there's so much love and positivity we have within ourselves when we're able to move through some of those healing pieces, and the pieces that we struggle with being fully present in. I believe shadow work is very integral and powerful, but I also know that sometimes we aren't really ready for shadow work. We can't find ourselves to, or allow ourselves to really sit with those hard emotions. So just like pulling the layers back. I know sometimes people have told me that they feel like God's not speaking to them, or they're not able to really sit with themselves, because if they did, all of these other things are going to come up. And I think, do what feels safe for you. Don't put yourself in an unsafe situation, even with yourself, and look for the support that will support you through that, no matter what that is. It could be someone a healer that you pay to work with, or someone in your life that you can reach out to support you when you're in those hard pieces, because all of those pieces are so important to who we are. And when we close off parts of ourselves, the rest of us is getting closed off too. And I've had this passion, I think my whole life, like, for healing. I remember being young and thinking about like personal growth and like healing, although I didn't use that word. Just how incredible our beings are in the fullness of ourselves, and how much power and beauty that holds when we can really be fully present with ourselves and embodying our truth, and allowing other people to see our truth, so we can awaken that intuition and that connection with our spirit support team and the support team around us. I don't want to minimize any experience anyone has that they don't have supportive people in their lives, because that's so real and so understandable and so limiting. And initial space that we can see how much bigger our support can be, whether it's people we don't know yet, people we aren't expecting, or even just reaching out to experience a deeper layer of support in our spiritual world. One of the things that really opened me up to that was, I'm not going to remember the name now. Is it Sonia Frontera? She wrote a book called Talking to Your Guides, I think it's called. And when I read that, I was like, oh my gosh, Jesus is my guide. And then I had this other guide that was always with him, and I never knew who it was. And as I started working with my guides, I realized it was Mary Magdalene. And then my world just started opening up to all of the guides that were there with me. And so even just reading a book like that can be so supportive. Finding your way, I think, is so important to getting yourself out of that feeling that there's no support in your life, or that feeling that like there's no one that you can trust or that's safe. There's just other layers to that. So that's what I have to share. I know I think I'm early, but
Oh,
I
no,
had
you're good. It's all
okay.
perfectly divinely timed. It's
Yeah.
our ego selves that likes to control
Yeah,
everything. It's all good.
right.
In the back seat. Get back there.
Yeah,
No, sorry.
exactly.
No, I
Exactly.
love what you were talking about. I just want to go through some of the comments. Patty is just saying, love and light to you. Laura West, who'll be on tomorrow, was just saying, fascinating findings in the research. And I feel like you said, whatever you read, you're not alone. Whatever you watch, that curiosity, that's what you go to. That's what you naturally gravitate towards because you've either been there before or that's where you need to go. Those are your breadcrumbs. That's what spirit leaves for you. And it's all encompassed in a feeling. And I really love the scene method. I fully embody all of that. I do much of that work. I feel we're all doing that work, but it seems like science is now, basically whatever science was saying was not is now. It is.
Yes,
That's
exactly.
what's happening, and
Exactly.
we're all like,
Yeah.
"Holla!" Hallelujah.
Yes.
The
Mm-hmm.
mystics, the seers,
Mm-hmm.
Nostradamus, all of that
Yeah.
it's true. It's very true. And we don't need science to validate it because we already know. We already know it's
Mm-hmm.
just being activated by someone like you. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Gete is saying very intense, very interesting, and very inspiring.
Mm. Thank you. Yeah.
uh, and I thank you for being here. Is there anything else you'd like to share with us? Like how do people get a hold of you? I know I left
Yeah.
everything in the description and comments.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So I am at aprilmonique.com. I do have a gift to give you, which is it's a progressive muscle relaxation technique and meditation to use to help you make embodied decisions, to get out of your head if you're struggling with that. And yeah, that's what I have. And I have a
Amazing.
prize in the giveaway too, I
Amazing.
think.
We'll put it in the
Yes.
comments so you can just send it to me and then we'll
Okay.
throw it in and everyone who is naturally drawn to you will get a hold of you. And I just wanted to mention when you said book, Sonia Choquette, I'm very familiar with. For me, it was Colette Baron Reed because I kept getting signs and symbols from spirit and I didn't know what I didn't know what it meant. So I read the book, Messages from Spirit. Read the book.
Yeah.
So if you're like, what does
Yeah.
an eagle mean? And what does 111 mean? And what does a dime mean? Go read and find out for yourself. This is whatever's coming into your field, you're meant to investigate it further. You're meant to go that way or this way. So I thank you so much for being here, and I look forward to connecting with you in the future.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Lots of love. Take care. Oh, wow. Amazing, guys. Put in the comments there what you loved. I mean, we've got some amazing comments. Even if you were on the replay, we're not going to leave you hanging. And I'm just copying this link for your free gifts. Free gift with April Monique. All right, I'm just putting this in the comments. And I wanted you to know not only Linnea was not able to join us from Edmonton. She is not well. Obviously, with all these ascension symptoms going on and planetary energies and all that fun stuff, it's a thing. And I honor and recognize my beautiful sisters for practicing self-love and self-care as well. Valerie was supposed to join us as well. She is amazing. She's also taking care of herself. And I put the call out, and through April came through. Amazing. Thank you so much. She has connected us with our next guest, and I'm just going to bring her up. And trial by fire, as they say. Sandra Pelley is here. Thank you so much for being here. I'm in Ecuador. I'm in actually Kumbaya. I love the name, Ecuador.
I love that song too, Kumbaya.
Yeah, exactly, exactly. We are all family. We're all connected. And where in the world are you?
Currently, I'm in Hinton, Alberta, Canada. We just came off of 2 years of traveling ourselves, avid mountain bikers, and we traveled in travel trailers, actually, basically Western North America, top to bottom. And it was just absolutely incredible, absolutely gorgeous.
Wow. One of my, I was in sales for 20 years and I did a lot of driving road trips, and I had clients in Jasper and Hinton and in all of that area. So I'm very familiar. Edson as well.
Yeah.
Yeah. Wow. It's bringing back memories. So thank you so much for being here. And Sandra, I don't have a bio for you or a picture. I mean, you're here live and in person, but you're known as the Sandini, Inner Peace Mentor and Visionary of the Guide Academy, and you're helping you make your little you big. Try and say that quickly 10 times.
Helping you make your little you big. That phrase came from Keira Lani, who was your
Keira.
previous guest as well. Yes. Yeah.
Wow, look how connected we all are. It's amazing. I love this sisterhood, brotherhood, oneness.
Yeah. And I just real quickly, before we get into anything, I really wanted to say something about April's conversation just a moment ago. I remember in roughly 2018-19, I believe it was 2018, doing this beautiful process that did some womb healing as well, and literally felt all of my ancestors in the feminine line going out behind me, like by the hundreds, by the thousands. It was just so very, very beautiful. So I love that reminder coming from April.
Yeah, that's incredible. And we're clearing this all right now. So I think it's great that we all get to investigate where these feelings, wherever they come up, where are they coming from? And 99% of the time, it is not yours.
That's right.
So I welcome you, and feel free to share with us. I'm so looking forward to this.
For sure. I'm coming in blind. That's why I was so glad I was able to watch some of the YouTube. So I definitely recommend, if you haven't seen any of the stuff so far today, go back and have a listen, because the guests are just stunning and the information that's coming through is so beautiful. So thank you, Christine, for having this platform, first of all. Wow, where to start? My journey started, in essence, right from the get-go. However, I shut down myself because of an experience I had as a child. And at the time, I thought, in my adulthood, I thought it was my mom letting me watch a TV show. But in reality, it was actually me seeing something as a child in the grand scheme of visions, I guess, and shutting myself down in that moment. In more recent years, in 2020, I dislocated both sides of my pelvis and began my spiritual journey. 2000 is when I began it. That's when I dislocated my pelvis, and it accumulated. I actually had 33 physical injuries from 2000 to 2016. And it started with a dislocated pelvis on both sides, and it ended with a broken pelvis in 2016, which actually that one ended up going into a full year of being in hiatus. And essentially my guides were coming forward and saying, you need to put a stop to what you're doing. You are so avid and so passionate about your mountain biking. There is bigger things in store for you. And because of these injuries, I was actually able to go, okay, first of all, I learned how to ask for help. That is the big one. And that goes across the board for men and women. This isn't something that women have the corner on, not knowing how to ask for help. This is literally everybody in the world. Very few people know how to ask for help. Then the next part of that was receiving the help, learning how to receive the help. So there's your two big pieces right there. That year off of my mountain biking actually put me into the position where I was able to really focus in on my spiritual life. And so many things began to unfold. I had honestly just started to be open with no expectations, no limitations, of being okay with the outcome. If you actually breathe your way through certain parts of that mantra, it just is so very, very powerful. 2017, I stepped into loving myself with another mantra and breathing after each one of these: the I am love, I am loved, I am loving, I am lovable, I love me, I am divine love. And in 2021, I discovered that I hadn't been talking about unconditional love. So that is now coming in. But it took me 5 years to get to that point. Through all of this, I've really recognized how important the little you is. And by little you, I mean the inner child, I mean the small self. From actually even preconception to 5 to 7 years of age, we're already in existence in some form. And what happens once we're born is we have this beautiful outlook, like the world is our oyster. We have this magical outlook on life. And then life, people around us, starts to put expectations and limiting beliefs on us. And I know you said that when we have things going on in our world, that oftentimes it's other people's stuff. Well, expectations and limiting beliefs are other people's stuff. They're not our own. However, as a child, we grab a hold of those and literally sink into the concrete with them. And they become who we are. And as an adult, we are still living from that child's point of view of these expectations and limitations. And what happens is things start to, what's the word I want to look for here? We start to be very bothered by it, but we have no idea what's going on in our world. And when we start to understand about these expectations and limitations, that's when we begin to realize that this isn't our stuff. And how on earth do I get out of all these expectations and limiting beliefs? And so that was one of the two ways, was the I am open mantra, and then that I am love mantra. I learned how to love myself. And then little things started to happen in my world. Dreams would happen, or remembering events would happen. And it'd be like, why is all this stuff coming up? And then I was starting to ask, what is the lesson here, rather than the, oh, poor woe is me. So I had, like I said, 33 types of physical injuries from 2000 to 2016. And all of that time I was, oh, poor woe is me. In 2016, when it happened again, I went, okay, you know what? This is getting to the point where my husband wants to sell our mountain bikes. And I am getting to the point where I'm starting to have a brain injury. I'm starting to stutter. And how many more of these injuries can I physically handle? I was, in essence, killing myself to prove myself. And I didn't even realize it. So I started to ask, what's the lesson here? Instead of going, oh, poor me. And when I started to ask, what is the lesson here? My whole world totally changed. What do I want to add to that? Go ahead, Chrissy.
That's amazing. I just, did you say 33 injuries? Did I hear you right?
Yes.
Okay, because Keira before us was talking about threes, and Reverend Honey and Michael, when they started, they gave away 33 gifts. Okay. Anyways.
And there's threes. And you know what? Threes are so important to me. That's the most powerful number to me, period, is 3. And I'll tell you the kind of like the culmination of the threes. So there's the me, myself, and I. Mind, body, and soul. The me, myself, and I is the little you, the physical body, and the higher self. Then there's the past, present, and future. Beginning and middle and end into infinity and beyond. Mine, yours, ours. There's so many combinations of 3. And when I'm working with people, the 3 often comes up. And I love how I'm divinely guided in that moment with intuition and working with the people's guides as well, what that 3 means for them in that moment. And it's so beautiful, so powerful to witness when people start to realize that they have some control over their life. Like, we have to let go of control, and we think we're controlling our life when we're still hammered in those expectations. Yes, exactly. That's a good one as well. The Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. Beautiful. Christ conscious, right? That little you has been holding on to the expectations and that. So that past, present, and future, that little you comes in very, very important. That's who I primarily work with. But having said that, I also do another thing that's kind of a little out there, but I noticed in the feed that some of the comments, someone's mentioned the word shaman. I'm also a shaman. I'm a galactic shaman. So I tap into the energy of the consciousness. And in fact, we were just doing this beautiful process earlier today that was about tapping into this beautiful consciousness and seeing what comes up, and working with the moon cycle, and really starting to understand how, when we look at all of this, it's been divinely created by somebody and something, and for the bigger and higher purposes of it all. And when we step into the energy of starting to be in discovery mode for ourself, mostly for ourself, the healing begins at a very intricate level. Very powerful.
I believe, yeah, shaman. I think we used to think, or we were told, we were beaten into, whatever you want to call it, that shamans were men.
Yeah.
I think that really started with religion. But
Yeah.
where it's all undoing now, and I love that, and Laura loves that you said galactic shaman. She loves that. And Kirsten is saying thank you for sharing your story. Yeah, we really, really appreciate your story, and what you're doing in the world, and what you're sharing in the world, and how you got to be here. But maybe you're like me. When you first started, you're like, where's here?
Very, very true. And in 2015, when I really started to understand the mantra that I am open with no expectations, no limitations, of being okay with the outcome. And I actually, instead of me just continuing to say it, I'm going to take a moment right now. It takes 30 seconds, and it is a life-changing mantra. This is a mantra, like I said, I started saying in 2015. I said it on a daily basis, multiple times a day. In 2016, I remember standing in my yard with bare feet on the grass, palms up to the divine, and breathing my way through it again. And I felt everything within the very essence of who I am shift into understanding what that mantra meant. So I want to share this with you and breathe it with you guys. So I am open with no expectations, no limitations, and I am okay with the outcome. And so it is. What is so beautiful about that is that it tells a story. For one, if you are feeling the energy of calmness come over you, that is so beautiful. I love that for you. This is the type of mantra that you can use going into any situation, whether it's an exciting situation or whether it's a heavier situation, because it will put you into a much calmer state of being, where you can handle things a little bit more. In essence, you feel like you're in more control, in other words. If you found that when you got to the part where I said, and I'm okay with the outcome, if you felt that was sticky, it's likely because you have an expectation. And that is such a beautiful thing to become aware of, because then you can start to work with that expectation. And likely it's come from when you were a child. Then once you realize what it is, how do you break that expectation? Essentially, when you are triggered because of the expectation, it's in that moment that you take the time to breathe your way through the I am open mantra with no expectations, no limitations, of being okay with the outcome, because it brings you into that state of calmness. And then you realize that, okay, this is an expectation that I'm in currently. I would like to break this habit. And you create a new habit. I'm reading this book, Atomic Habits, right now. So the habit thing is so important. It's so beautiful, because when you decide that you want to break that old habit, when the trigger comes up again and you feel yourself go into that mode of reaction, breathing your way through the I am open mantra to calm yourself, recognize the expectation and say, that's enough. I'm no longer doing this. And recreate a new habit. And I know this is like real short form, but that's what I did with my husband and my marriage. I had this expectation on my husband that he should be kissing me, he should be hugging me, he should be loving me all in a certain way. And believe me, I'm sure this rings true with every woman or multiple people, never mind women. There's all kinds of relationships. This is the type of thing that we expect in our relationships. I was in the process of destroying my marriage. It got to the point where I honestly thought I was going to have to ask for a divorce and leave the man that I thought I had married for life and for many years had seen myself in a rocking chair as a senior citizen with him. When I realized that this was an expectation, how did I figure that out? First of all, I did a 25-minute automatic writing asking, what is my expectation in my marriage? And you can use this type of exercise with anything. When I discovered that's what it was, every time that I sat down beside him and he did not reach out for my hand, I breathed my way through the I am open mantra. And I thought to myself, it's me expecting him to reach out to me. I'm going to reach out to him, or I'm going to be absolutely fine with where we're at right now. So in 2016, I thought our marriage was over. We are now married, coming up in less than a week, 38 years.
Wow.
Yeah.
Amazing. Amazing. Thank you for sharing that, because I know there's people that needed to hear that.
It's a big
I know
one.
for a fact. It is a big one. And expectations, as I've experienced myself and with clients, is a form of self-sabotage, which really is a form of not feeling worthy. Yeah.
Huge. Yeah.
Thank you. And would you share that mantra again so I can type it into the comments for people
For
to
sure.
take with
For
them?
sure. And I'll breathe our way through it so it gives you time to type as well. So
Thank
I am
you.
open
Mm-hmm.
with no expectations, no limitations, and I am okay with the outcome. And
Love
so
it.
it is. It's beautiful,
Love
isn't it?
it. Yeah, it gives you've basically given yourself permission. And
Yeah.
once you do that, it's complete freedom. And then empathy, compassion, joy. Woo, away we go.
Yes.
Wonderful. So I'm just going to share it on the screen for everybody so they can really receive it and write it down, take it with you wherever you'd like to go. Patty is just saying, hello, Sandra, love and light. Oh, you've got on a little card. Cute.
I have another one on the backside too that helps you to
I am
step
love,
into
I am
the
loved, I am loving, I am lovable, I love me.
yeah. These are mailed out all over the world.
Beautiful, beautiful. Patty is just taking it all in right now. Gitte, she said that's for sure a mantra she can use often. So simple and so strong. And they're thanking you for radiating so much joy, which, I absolutely feel. We all feel that. We all feel that. Thank you so much for showing up. I mean, literally, Sandra, we gave you an hour to be here?
That's correct.
Now, what would have the old Sandra have done?
Gosh, you know what? I have, it's so comical because you hear people say, I've done so much work on myself. And when I think about the old Sandra, I would have been in doubt. I would have probably said really derogatory or negative things to self. And you know what? I just want to highlight that I am love mantra because in 2015, like I said, I started that I am open mantra. In 2017, I started breathing my way through the I am love mantra. And like I say, on a daily, multiple times a day. I'm seeing this in my community, how powerful this is. For myself, I had something occur in 2018 on August 4th, 2018, at about 8 o'clock at night. I can honestly tell you the time and date. And it was in that moment I made the choice to no longer say anything negative or derogatory about myself, to myself, or to anybody else. And in all honesty, in the last 4 years, I can literally say on one hand, I believe it's been 3 times that I have. And for me to be able to sit here and say that is a testament to the power of loving oneself. right? And when I think about the old self, and if you had given me an hour, I think I would have probably stepped into it just because that's been my underlying character anyway. But I wouldn't have done it in a manner that came across the way I did today. I am very confident in who I am. I'm very confident in my message. I'm very confident in how much I care about myself and how much I care about you. Powerful.
And it transcends. And so brave and courageous for you to step forward and so other people can step forward and go, hey, me too.
That's right.
That's the movement. It's
That's
not
right.
in one specific place. It's wherever in the place that you're at. Like God will meet you where you're at. I heard this. God stoops. So where are you? Where are you?
Yeah. Well, and I mean, look at the picture of the footprints on the beach, right? Jesus is carrying you.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
That's beautiful. Somebody like to paint that? No. I'm not much of a painter, but yeah, that would be a beautiful, beautiful painting. Do you have something that you'd like to share at the end?
I
A
do.
gift or a freebie or something?
I do. And I'll put it in the private chat. It is a pretty
Sure.
lengthy, what's the word I'm looking for? Let's see if it puts it in there. There it is there. It is a pretty lengthy thing because I wasn't sure about using Bitly on this platform. So it is a pretty lengthy one. Basically, it teaches you how to connect with your little you, the simplicity of it, and then gives you some direction. It also includes both of those mantras in it. It's an ebook, and it has both of those mantras in picture form, just like I showed you on the screen here. And also too, I'd love to offer a gift as well, a free gift, and that's for a ticket to one of my 2 empowering extravaganzas. I run both of these 2 times a year. One actually is with the little you specifically, so I run that twice a year. And that next one's coming up in August. But if you're listening to this at any time, it's something that happens every year, twice a year. And then the one that I have coming up right away is the medicine wheel, animal guide, and where you actually get to connect with your animals. So I am offering a ticket for those empowering extravaganzas for one of them, your choice.
Wow, that's amazing. I put it in the comments already. That I love animals, so and I know there's lots of people that always ask, "What's my power animal? What's my spirit animal? What?"
Yes.
All these questions. Well, here you go.
Yeah.
This is an invitation. So take heed. Put yourself first. Take the time to explore that because your animal is waiting for you on the other side, or animals. It depends, right?
Yeah, so I should just clarify, because you said about the grand prize, right? That was what
Yes.
the ticket was for. Okay, perfect.
Okay. Gotcha.
Yeah.
All right. So, absolutely. Amazing. I appreciate you so much for being here. Any last words you'd like to share with us before we say goodbye? And we appreciate your energy so much. And as Gitti says, we're giving it to God.
That's right. You know what? I can tell you with some certainty that I see the incredible you in you. And I ask you to start to see the incredible you in you, because in those moments of doubt, someone out there sees the light that you're shining and would love for you to shine it even more. So shine your light, please. This little light of mine, I'm
gonna let it shine. Let it shine. Let it shine. Oh, here we go.
let it shine.
Where's my band? No, sorry.
Exactly. Thank you so much for this opportunity, Christine. It's been a pleasure.
Yes, thank you. And I know that we'll be working together in the
Yes.
future. All right. Lots of love and light to you. Thank you.
Take care. Bye.
Bye. Oh, wow, guys. My goodness. I don't know about you, but that was amazing. A lot of synchronicity in the stories. I'm sure that there was something in that was for you or maybe for somebody that you know. Share in the comments below. Even if you're on the replay, let us know. And we're making our way to our last guest, other than myself. I will be closing out the show. As well, I want you to know I'm going to put in the link again for the grand prize contest link. I'm putting it in the comments here. So yeah, I think there's about a dozen entrants from last time I looked. There's still 6 days to enter, but these prizes value, and it keeps building as our generous guests show up and contribute to the prize pool. But it's a value of $4,000, and there'll be multiple winners, not just one, okay? Because you're all winners, baby. That's why you're here. That's why you showed up. For some reason, Spirit led you here, and you're following it. You're following it. Just a few housekeeping things. If you don't follow me on YouTube, I've got a beautiful black new moon meditation, Reiki healing, and messages with the solar eclipse in Taurus. You might want to check that out. This show this whole summit is dedicated to my mom. Bless her heart in loving memory. Today she passed away, and I think of one of her favorite songs. Well, she loved music. Now I know where my love of music and why music is so tied to all the messages that come in from Spirit. Yeah, she was a cheerleader. She had a heart of gold, and live like you were dying. Do it. And hummingbirds. I'm just appreciating that. I also have a video about Year of the Tiger. So if you're curious about Chinese astrology, I have a video on YouTube all about Year of the Tiger, and even a quiz, about do you know what your Chinese astrology, your spirit animal is? You can find out there. And I've also written a book about my journey called Intuition Saved My Life. And yeah, it's available on Amazon. I'm writing my second book as we speak. And there's just a bunch of things I'm working on. And I do have a free chapter. So if you're not sure, let me know and I can send you the link. It's on Vocal. There's a free chapter there. And we also have a free community in a safe space for empaths, old souls, sensitives, light workers, and healers. It's every Saturday on Zoom. So if you're looking for the link for that, I believe it's in the description. If you need it, I can give it to you as well. And then my podcast, Heart Led, Soul Fed. May's energy update is coming up. So you might want to tune in for that on YouTube only. And then I also have a meetup group. And we have over 100 members, so we're going to have a spirit party with readings and healings and coaching. That's coming up mid-May. So you might want to check into that. It's free. We take donations. I mean, obviously we do a lot of complimentary readings, coaching and healings as well. And I'm just going to show you this picture. Maybe you can take that in. That's Machu Picchu. I had seen our Spirit show me this 2 years ago, and I was so fascinated with it. And I'm like, I've been here before, and I need to go there. And I had no idea how I was going to go there. But here I am after 4 days of hiking, 4 long days of hiking up mountains, and thinking that my body couldn't take another step. And well, here we are. Anyways, I just want, these pictures are just really a reminder to go for the gold, to live like you're dying, to cherish each and every single moment, even the tough moments, because problems are opportunities. And your struggle, whatever it is meant for you to become stronger and wiser and step into the fully embodied Christ itself and help guide others. We're here to help each other. That's the whole premise of this summit. That's the whole premise of what I do. And since I've been here, people that I interact with, they're like, you got like a glow. And I'm like, it's a God glow. And you all have that. It's your aura. It's your energy field. So what are you putting out into the world? Love, peace, joy, prosperity, healing, compassion, empathy? Or are you sending out fear and lack and doubt and expectations? Just remember that you're here for a reason. You matter. You're worthy, so worthy, and you have a purpose. Every single one of you has a purpose. All right. So I'm building a community, and I'll talk about it towards the end. But it's founding members, and it's a place where you can share in one place, not in 6 places. Because I'm getting a lot of feedback. I don't know about you, but it's really hard to be on this platform and that platform, and you're being spread too thin. I get it. So we're bringing it to one space where everybody can join, build connections, co-create, have community, and really lift each other up. That's what we need more than ever right now, because there's a lot of people that are not sure where their next meal is coming from, where they're going to sleep. And yeah, I'm maybe thinking of taking an exit. So I'm telling you, don't do it, because there's a reason why you're here. And if you're feeling that way, let's connect, okay? Because I've been there. I have walked the walk, and now I'm talking the talk. And you have to live it every day, even the crappy days. Even the crappy days. There's no way, that you're not here and listening to this, that something is not going to be activated. All right. That is my message for anyone that needed to hear it. I'm just going to go to the comments and let's see. Oh my goodness. Gitte is just embodying all of this. She's like, wow. Patty, don't forget God, Jesus, and Holy Spirit. Yeah, the Trinity, the Holy Trinity. It lives here in the throat, here, and through the crown, activated through the soul star. That's just the space between you and God. So shorten the space, basically. It's easy to do, easy to activate. And Sandra's just talking about her dislocated pelvis. My goodness, I couldn't imagine. Oh, yeah. You want to go there. I am working on a retreat for October. So stay tuned for that. We'll see where it is. It might be in the Ring of Fire, which is most of South America and all around. That's why we have 84 volcanoes here in Ecuador. I mean, I've got one right out the window here. So it's funny. We always seem to be drawn to places that need the most healing. I know in my experience, I tend to live in places that need the most healing or are experiencing a lot of fear and trauma. So that's why you're here. That's why you're a light worker, a healer, a shaman, whatever you'd like to call yourself, or whatever resonates with you. Fully embody and step into it like Sandra did, like Gitte does, like Patty, like Sonia, who is waiting in the, she's waiting backstage. I can see you, my dear. All right, so let's get this party started, guys. Let's set this up. All right. And it is just me, myself, and I doing this, doing the show. All right, guys. Sonia, I have had on my podcast. I've worked with her multiple times. She's been a friend. of the Christ Consciousness Summit and sharing her gifts. And I think what was really drawn to her was, the title of her books. I mean, she could talk about them a little bit more, but she's going to be talking about divorce consciousness. And she's an empowerment trainer and author of Relationship Solutions, Effective Strategies to Heal Your Heart and Create the Happiness you deserve. And I believe there was a couple other books, but one that sticks out is Should You Keep Your Husband or Post Him on Craigslist? Something along those lines, but pretty funny. I love it. It's cheeky. We need more of that. We need to laugh. And her writing invites readers to discover paths to spirituality in everyday situations and personal adversity. Sonia is a divorce lawyer, empowerment trainer, author, and the owner of Frontera Law in Lambertville, New Jersey. New Jersey, where are you at? She offers forward-thinking legal solutions to help individuals end their marriages amicably and navigate the immigration maze. Wow, so many talents. So really, awareness is the foundation of healthy relationships. All right, so we're just going to welcome Sonia on. Hello.
Well, hello, Christine. Thanks for having me.
Thanks for being here. We so appreciate you. Like I said, you've been such a supporter of the show, of even myself and the work that you do, and I appreciate you so much. And just it's funny. We didn't get a title, but as I was creating your bio, I was like, divorce consciousness.
I love it.
Yeah. So maybe you want to share with us a little bit more about yourself, and then just go for it. Take the reins. We're ready.
All right. Well, I'm glad to be here again on the Christ Consciousness Summit, and I wear a lot of different hats. Like you said, I'm an attorney. I practice immigration and family law. I'm also, the most important thing, I'm a divorce survivor and a domestic abuse survivor. And I like to help people who are struggling in their relationships, who are suffering in their marriages, to know that there's a way out towards greater happiness and joy. So that is my goal, to help people turn their adversity into opportunities to grow spiritually and personally.
Yeah, I love that. And it's interesting how Sandra was talking about how they've been married for 38 years and she thought her marriage was done. And then resurrection happened. But I mean, that's not available. That's not available to everyone. They're obviously going to be different and situations that are not safe as well. So
That's right. That's why it's so important to have awareness and know whether your relationship can be salvaged or not.
and how does one become aware of that?
Well, I think it's about being aware of all situations at all times. And I think we confuse that with necessarily meditation, but it goes beyond that. It's about knowing at all times what you're thinking, what you're feeling, and how you are responding or reacting to what's happening around you. And very often we are living on autopilot, and we get married it's with certain expectations, with certain programming that we get from our society. And we don't realize what's really happening in our lives, that what we're living in our relationships and our everyday lives is just programs and narratives that have been passed down to us by our parents, or our church, our teachers, our society in general. So we need to start realizing what messages we're living from and how they're playing out in our lives, and how we have the freedom to recognize them and choose differently.
Yeah, absolutely. And what are the signs, I guess, for you, maybe personally, that you knew that there was no salvaging the relationship?
Well, my ex-husband was abusive, and I realized that no matter what I did, it was not going to change. He thought he was doing the right thing, that he had a right to do the perpetuate those abusive behaviors verbally and psychologically, and thinking, it's okay. I just have to tolerate it. And you're not going to make me change. And when you come to terms with the fact that this is not going to change and that you deserve better, you realize you owe it to yourself to make that change. And if the relationship's not salvageable, salvage your own sanity, your health, and your peace of mind.
Yeah, I love that. Salvage your sanity. So interesting, because I've been in abusive. You know what? I think most of my relationships have been abusive in some way. I think many can relate to that, whether it was family or friends or a relationship or school or work. I hear a lot about that as well. So, what do you recommend to someone that is looking to exit and to be conscious, I guess, of that?
I recommend different techniques for people to recognize, first of all, that they're living on autopilot. And I love this technique that I created that is called the SNAP. It's the 30, the 60, 60, 30 SNAP. And what I recommend is to set your alarm for every hour during your wake hours, and have the alarm go off every 60 minutes, and then pause. And for 60 seconds, just take the time to think about, where am I? What am I doing? What am I thinking? And are these thoughts and feelings serving me? And can I choose differently? And what I am creating from this moment, so you can choose to create something different. For example, very often we're living this narrative in our heads. For example, you're driving home and you don't know how you got home, but you have been regurgitating this argument you expect to have with your partner, and then you don't realize what's really going on, that you're not living in the moment. You could be missing your exit. You could be missing the sunset. You could be missing the fact that this is really not happening, and that you don't have to be having this discussion, that you can live in the present moment and respond accordingly to whatever is happening around you. And if you do that for 30 days, sufficient time to develop the habit, you will catch yourself when you're living in your head instead of living in the moment. And you will realize how much damage you're doing to yourself, how much you're shortchanging your own life, and how much power you have to create something different by choice, not default.
Yeah, by choice, not default. That's interesting, because it's like our reptilian brain, those belief systems, that autopilot, that tape that keeps playing over and over again. That's interesting that, you catch that. So I guess I'm going to ask everyone here, if what is something that is playing in your mind on autopilot? Whether it's a relationship, a conversation, maybe it's your job, maybe it's you don't know where you're headed. Put it in the comments and let's see. I want to see how, even for yourself, Sonia, is there something that you used to play in your head all the time, and then we can maybe go through the SNAP method together?
Sure. I think anger was really what was playing in my head over and over. Like, why are you doing this to me? I don't deserve this. It shouldn't be this way, which is kind of like the hardest things to deal with, because when you don't accept what is, you can't change it, right? You can't replace it with something more positive. And I was hung up on that. And I was also hung up on, what are my parents going to say? And something that ties on to divorce consciousness and spirituality is God going to be mad at me? Am I displeasing God? If I divorce, am I going to go to hell? Am I going to be shunned from my church? And it's those things that play over and over in your head that just lead you astray, instead of going through life from a point of clarity. So those were the predominant patterns for me, especially when I was struggling with that abusive relationship.
Yeah, yeah, interesting you say that. Like that. Yeah, I understand. And actually, when you're in that relationship, it's a cycle. Like they talk about the honeymoon, and then things
Yes.
kind of go off the rails, and then it gets really bad. And then things kind of calm down, and they're sweet again, whoever this person is. So just but you get caught. It's like a loop, and then you think it's normal, or you think you're the problem.
That's
You're
right.
crazy.
Yes, and that's very typical in abusive relationships because that's what abusers do. They try to make you think you're the crazy one, or they rattle you so that when you're interacting in your world with others, you look like you are out of sorts, that you're not well, while the other person is putting on the charm and being calm, and you're just looking like you're the crazy one. It's very typical. And that's why I think it's so important to have that awareness of what these patterns are like and what's really happening. Because if you're paying attention to what the other person is doing, you may be able to pick up on it and say, wait a minute, this is not acceptable. I'm not going to fall for this trap.
Hmm. Absolutely. And we can talk more about the signs if anybody wants, signs. Because when I was in it, I don't know about you, I didn't know. I thought, no, that's normal, or no, it's not normal. Like it just felt like I was in this tug of war. It was an interesting energy and dynamic. But I think it really shows us our boundaries and our worth and what we're not going to take anymore. Like, even Jesus, do no harm, but take no crap. It's, defining who you are. It's those moments. And for many of us where we have to learn from and then share with others. So Gitte is just saying hello to everyone and to you. She's also sharing about her divorce. She said she was a master in excuses and guilt. So it took her a
Mm.
very long time to get a divorce. Do you see that quite a bit?
Yes, we tend to excuse the other person's behavior because by doing that, we're salvaging that person's worth in your eyes, right?
Mm-hmm.
He's not a bad person. He's having a bad day. He had too much to drink. And we're creating excuses for that other person instead of stepping back and realizing what this person is doing. And when that person's being mean to you or abusive, it's something they're choosing to do.
Mm-hmm. It has everything to do with them and nothing to
Right.
do with you. And that's where you have to draw the line. So Patty's also saying hello. Thanks for joining us. She's also there. Her and Sandra are having this interesting conversation. But she also pointed out that 33 and threes were mentioned 3 times on this summit today. So the synchronicities, I guess, are showing up everywhere.
And I was divorced on March 3rd.
Oh, okay. Well, look at that. And how long ago was that?
Very long time, 1995.
Oh, wow. Okay. Well, you don't look old enough to be divorced that long.
And that's what happened. It's rejuvenating. When you end a relationship, that's not good for you. So
You
that's
drop
what
the dead weight, as they say.
exactly,
Okay.
exactly. We think it's the end of the world, but it's just the beginning of something new with a lot more clarity and wisdom.
And freedom.
Yes.
And not so much, and not, we tend to carry way too many things, And Patty is just saying, ugh, I understand you, Sonia.
That's right.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I feel like many of us are in some type of relationship, whatever it happens to be, work, personal finances, whatever it is, that we're either being abusive or we're being abused in some way.
Yeah, and that's why it's so important to step back so we can have more clarity. I think the lack of clarity, the lack of awareness is what keeps us, you know, with a nose to the grindstone and not realizing that we have a choice, that we can create our own narratives, that we can create our own experiences, and that we can say no to those things that don't serve us, that it doesn't make us bad people, that it doesn't make us spiritually unsound. And when we come to terms with that, we can just turn things around in ways that are more conducive to creative from creating from a point of power, because
Mm.
we allow relationships to disempower us when we merge into relationships, when we think we need to become instead of two halves, we're just one person, without keeping track of what it is that makes us tick, what it is that makes us give more to the world, to bring out our gifts. And I think that's what's really important in relationships. I think we're in relationships to become more than the sum of the parts, as opposed to integrating into something that doesn't grow.
Mm. Yeah, like, and I feel society, it has ingrained and entrained this in us, to stay together forever. We make it work no matter what. That movie, Jerry Maguire, You Complete Me. It's like, no, I complete me.
That's right. I
Sorry.
was born complete. I'm complete as I am.
Yeah. But I did not, when I was younger, that's not what I thought. I thought I needed the white horse, the knight that is coming to save me. Girl, you got to save yourself.
That's correct. That is right. And that's what we need
Mhm.
to teach girls starting out.
Mhm. And I guess Patty is bringing up, but what about the vows? Good and bad, in sickness and in health. What do you feel about that?
Well, and I struggled with that. And that's an important part of like spirituality that really ties into the spirituality. And being a good old Catholic girl, that to me was very difficult. And there's a difference between being with someone in sickness and health and allowing the other person to make you sick, to create unhealthy environments. And when that person's creating that in your life, I think you have the right and you owe it to yourself to come out of that and be an advocate for your own health. Um, I think, and this is part of our religious upbringing and our social programming, that says that it is our partners that create our world, that our worlds revolve around them, that we need to be good girls and good guys and fit within the church patterns. And if you don't, then you're a bad person. Then you're not welcome in your community of faith. And that makes us tolerate things that are not right. And moreover, it gives license to the other party to do things that are destructive. And I can say from my marriage that my ex-husband said, "You're Catholic, you can't divorce me." So that in his mind gave him a license to do things that were really unacceptable, that were inappropriate, and especially unloving, because we're supposed to love our partners. It's not a one-sided thing just because we declared these vows. These vows go both ways. The other person has to honor you, the other person has to cherish you and respect you. And to the degree, and I'm gonna turn into contract law from here. This is the lawyer in me talking. You breached that contract. It's invalid.
That's a great way to put it, because I feel like there's like a lot of guilt. But I don't want to disappoint. I don't want to be condemned. I don't want to go to hell. All of that was indoctrinated. I mean, going to some of these churches, sorry, I'm segueing, in Peru and Ecuador, they built these churches because they told people, they scared them and said, this is the only place you worship. I'm like, wow. I can't, and just being in those spaces, you could feel the dark, heavy trauma, all of that energy. It was just eye-opening, I guess is what I'm saying. So releasing yourself from these vows, like it's like you're your own jailer. You can release yourself and say no, because that is not what Jesus and God promised for you. Just like saying, and I was reminded, sorry, by Alberto Villoldo the other day, that the Western society is the only story where in the Garden of Eden, that Eve and them were disowned. They were kicked out. Any other story about the garden does not ever talk about that. So that is very interesting. I think we really have to heal that.
Definitely.
But thank you, Patty, for bringing that up. And thank you for sharing that, Sonia. I believe you're going to give a lot of people freedom.
I hope so, because we deserve it. And we need to come to terms with that. I think bad relationships, especially bad marriages, are really destructive to our spirituality. For some people, it's like, how can God allow this to happen? God doesn't love me. Um, or that feeling that I have to tolerate that to be a good person in God's eyes. Or, and this is something that I discussed with another host that I had never said before, but for me, the most transcendental moment was when my husband continuously said, "You can't divorce me because you're Catholic." And as a Catholic, the only way I could be free again is if he were not alive anymore. I just wished he was dead. And that is not a good feeling. And that is not a good vibration to come from. It's not an edifying place to be in. And when I came to terms with, like, oh my God, these are not Christian feelings. I should not feel this way. And to the degree that a relationship doesn't bring out the best in me, to the degree that a relationship makes me entertain thoughts that are not healthy, I think it's healthier to get out and to live in freedom. And we don't have to be mean to the other person. We don't have to hurt the other person. We don't have to have divorces that are contentious. We don't have to fight in ways that deplete us of our energy to recreate our lives. I think we need to make peace with the fact that this person is in your life to teach you some lessons. You need to learn those lessons and then move on. Because if you don't, your life will remain stuck and you will repeat these patterns with your next partners in the future.
Absolutely. I totally agree. And this message is hitting on so many points. I believe this is April. She's saying this is such an important conversation, so powerful, Sonia. And I'm like, yeah, I mean, the work that you do is amazing. It's freeing. It's maybe a little scary, but as Avanya Van Zandt says, if you don't have a little pee running down your leg, you're not going big enough.
Yes, it is scary. And I think it's again the programming, that fear that is ingrained in us. It's human nature to begin with, but it's further ingrained by society. You're going to live under a bridge. Again, you're telling yourself these stories, right? If I end up my marriage, no one's going to love me again. I'm going to be alone for the rest of my life. I can't support myself. I can't make it on my own. I need someone to complete me, right? And when you think along those lines, it just prevents you from moving forward, from making peace too with what you have to give, right? Because if you start thinking instead of, and that's what I encourage, instead of thinking of what you lose, what you leave behind, or whatever time you have invested in this relationship that you're not going to recover, start thinking about what you can create from this moment on, whether you're still in the marriage, whether you're going through a divorce, or whether you're recovering from one. It is that feeling that now I can touch base. Now that I'm free from this destructive relationship, I can start focusing myself on my purpose, on my talents, my gifts that I can bring to the world, and start creating.
Yeah, no, that you're just, I hear a lot of people just being freed right now. Gitte is just talking about when she got divorced and could let go of all the expectations. We became very close and loving friends. That's beautiful. That's what divorce consciousness is about. I was sorry he drank, but he knew now he had to take responsibility for his life, as I for mine.
Beautiful.
It is beautiful. Patty, I understand where she's coming from, and I think a lot of people think this or feel this. She's going back to when Jesus walked on the earth and he took abuse as a child from others and again as he was being crucified. I feel and I know that, as they say, Jesus took a hit for us. That was his purpose. But that is not your purpose. And would you like to share with that as well, Sonia?
Yeah, I think Jesus came to teach us to be more loving, regardless, to love others as they are, the way they come into our lives. But beyond that, there is resurrection. There is the glory. There is the moving on into a higher place. And I think we need to come to terms with that in our relationships. And I think that suffering is a part of the human experience. And I feel that. And this is something that I didn't experience during my divorce, but during my illness. When I was disabled, I just realized that when you share in the suffering of Jesus, then you can share in the resurrection. You can share in the growth. That without crucifixion, there is no resurrection, there is no glory. So we need to be accepting of what is heading our way so that we can absorb those lessons and transcend them, because the growth is in the transcendence, not in the suffering alone, but in transcending it.
Yeah, not staying in the tomb.
Exactly.
He came out. Hello. When Mary Magdalene and all the ladies showed up, the guard said, he's not here. He resurrected. They're like, what? That means I can too? No way. I love that, because even here, especially here in South America, Jesus is on the cross. He's all bloodied, he's all beaten. All I ever see is suffering and trauma and reliving it and replaying it and making people feel shame and guilt and all of that. And that's it, done. No more. No more.
That's right. That's the Catholic mindset that many of us grew up with. But that it's changing, and you just have to come to terms with that God that is loving. Change your mindset, because it's all over the Bible too. It's not just the sin and the negativity and the darkness. There's the light. You need to look for it because it's in there.
Yeah, we are light. Everything we look and shine upon is light. And the more that the darkness is exposed, including our shadow selves, the more it comes into light. And Patty's just saying, I'm so sorry you felt like that. I see your point in that way. And then she's talking about karmic relations. She's learning about karmic relations right now. So this is very synchronistic.
How about that?
And thank you, Sonia. And I'm just reminded that if you ever feel you don't have a voice, or you shouldn't share, or who am I, or like Sandra talked about, our little selves, no, cancel that too, because Sonia is the living embodiment. If I can get my hands to go the right way, this lady is the living embodiment of it.
Right. We need to be accepting of what life throws our way, but it's not what life throws your way. It's what you create with it. I like to think about it like a mosaic, right? Some experiences in our lives break us down, right? Break us into little pieces. But instead of trying to put the same things the way they were before, you can create a mosaic that it's perhaps more beautiful and more stunning and more revealing of what was in those little pieces, because each of them has a chance to express in a different way. So it's not about being broken. It's about being recreated.
It reminds me of that Japanese art form as well, but it's beautiful. Yeah, that where you put all the pieces back together, and there was a reason why you're all broken. It's because when it's put back together, it's even more beautiful, and it's called kintsugi. Kintsugi.
Talk about synchronicities. I never heard of it until yesterday.
Oh, really?
Yes. And
Yay.
it's like, this really ties into what I think and feel and teach. You can just put it back together and make it more beautiful, more interesting.
Yeah, I'm going to share a link for everybody if they're interested to learn more about kintsugi pottery, the art of repairing with gold. When I saw that, I was like, oh wow, that is, it's like writing a haiku. I wrote a haiku a couple months ago, and I've totally forgot about what a haiku is. And it's a Japanese poetry, but it's symbolic in the 5-3-5. That's their form. Isn't that interesting? So, and cherry blossoms. I mean, who doesn't love cherry blossoms?
Oh God, they're such a symbol of renewal and birth, rebirth.
Absolutely. And how beautiful it is, but it's for a very short time. So really be present in those short times and embody all of it. Infuse all of the love and the renewal and just live in the ecstasy of the sheer joy of that moment of seeing whatever lights you up, whether it's a cherry blossom or pottery or poetry as well. So, thank you so much for sharing with us. I love the conversation. Uh, Anything else you'd like to share with us? Any giveaways or gifts? If you don't, you can just share some beautiful words or how people can get a hold of you.
Okay, why don't we have a giveaway?
Mm.
And let's give a copy of my books to 5 listeners.
Mhm.
A copy of my ebook. Just shoot Christine or Mia an email. How do you want to go about that? Or face?
Yeah, just give me your email address and I'll put it in the chat.
Sure. You can contact me at sonia@soniafrontera.com.
Perfect. All right. Wow, you guys, I've read 2 of your books. I mean, like I said, cheeky, empowering, enlightening, and you've just looking at things in a new perspective, a new light. I think that's really important.
Yes, we have to, because we end up going through life with a label of failure when our marriages don't survive, and that's just a label we need to peel off. Your marital problems are not the end of the world. They're not the end of the road. They're just a detour on the road to happiness.
Yeah, a detour. Who doesn't love detours? I mean, I used to be so focused on the destination, I'd forget everything that just passed me, like the journey, like the whole. And now I just, like I said, meander, taking my time.
Absolutely. It's funny because when you one thing that completely transformed the way I looked at life and the way I look at the journey is that I think it was Esther Hicks said that when you go on vacation, the end of the vacation is in your own home, exactly where you started. So it's not really about the going from one place to another. It's what happens in between. Make the most of
Mhm.
it.
Yeah, no better words have been felt and embodied. Thank you so much, Sonia, for spending your Friday with us. I'm wishing you a beautiful, blessed weekend and happy May as well. I
Happy
mean, it's
May.
right around the corner.
Well, thank you so much for having me. As always, it's a pleasure to be with you. And thanks to everyone who was able to join us this afternoon.
All right, lots of love and light. Take care.
Thanks.
All right. Wow. I can't believe it. That we're almost done. Like 4 hours, I swear, it passed by in like half an hour. Half an hour. It's mind blowing. It's mind blowing. Yeah, I just want to share that there is a contest and there's prizes. If you, for some reason, can't find the link, can't get the link, comment magic, or you can sign up with this link as well. But either way, we'll make sure you're entered to win. Um, I've helped 33 women, 33. I just wanted to use, it's more than 3, and it's somewhere around the 33 mark, but I've helped many, many souls step fully into their purpose, into their intuitive selves, them transporting them to being healers, light workers, chaplains, reverends, doulas, death doulas as well. So, it's taking that leap of faith, trusting, your inner knowings, knowing that you're meant for something bigger. You're meant for something better. You're meant, like I said, you have a reason to be here. You do. So give yourself permission to step forward. All right. This is the closing ceremonies here. So if you have any questions, share with us. What is the one thing you can take away from today? And how will you integrate it into your life. Maybe you had more than one takeaway. Maybe there was like a super aha moments just coming in, bombarding you, hitting you left and right. Maybe you feel like you're totally a little beat up or shook up, or you're embodying it all. That's what Christ consciousness is all about. It's embodying your Christ itself. You're perfect. You're a perfect holy child. You're meant to be here. You have purpose. You have meaning. That's why you're here. That's why you're here. And you're like, oh yeah, okay, sure, Christine, but I have this going on and that going on, and I'm stuck in this and that. That is a state of mind, and it needs to be reframed here in the heart and soul. And how does that happen? Well, you need to get in touch with yourself, your soulful self. All right, so share with me. Let's, because I'm going to be closing this out, and we're going to be talking about unleashing your gold, hence my last name. Well, thank you, Patty. This has been amazing. And she's saying, you have helped me, and I'm so grateful. Well, I can't wait for you to start Reiki. Whether it's with me or someone else or on your own, the journey is fabulous. Enjoy every moment of it. Yeah, thank you, Sonia. Blessings to you all. Thank you for being here. Patty is sharing that the world is a beautiful place and God is so amazing. And I am grateful. And I'm grateful for all of you as well. Being with me from the start or the middle or the end, it doesn't matter. You're here. That's all that matters. You show up. And those are the people I work with. You show up. You're ready to do the work. No excuses. No, I don't have the money. I don't have the time. I have to check with my spouse, my partner, my accountant, my dog. I'm going to do it alone. I love that one. I did that one too. And here I am. So put all of that aside and ready to do the work, because it is work every day. And Gitte is saying one of them that stuck out for her today was joy and smile. Much more to the issues. Yeah, I like to laugh. I can't remember what movie that is. I laugh in the face of danger. Ha, 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 ha. I laugh in the face of fear. Ha, 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 ha. What else could you do? Shirley is sharing with us. Thank you, Christine. The phrase that will stay with me is go for the gold. Go for the gold. Oh, that's too funny. I think of, I was actually in Calgary when the 1988 Olympics were happening. That was something I'll never forget. And then a year later, the Calgary Flames won their one and only Stanley Cup. Woo! There was a party in downtown Calgary. And I was 16. What a party. Oh my God. Thank you, Sonia. We're so grateful for you. And yeah, we journey this together. Yeah, we're all in this together. So yeah, share your comments. Keep sharing the comments. Keep sharing the love as well. And if you need a link to the contest, let me know. There is no break time here either. And I have no assistance other than the almighty assistance helping me today. But yeah, today we are going to be talking about unleashing your gold. And if you don't know who I am, I'm a medium. I'm an intuitive energy coach, empath, old soul healer, soul purpose mentor. And the work that I do is, sacred because somebody told me that I had gifts and knew how to activate and unleash them. And I'm like, no way, because every doctor, every shrink told me otherwise. Every medication told me otherwise. Every relationship told me otherwise. Every teacher told me otherwise. So these gifts are just masked as otherwise, whether it's depression, anxiety, panic attacks, just a feeling of malaise, of feeling stuck, of feeling lost. Right, Tyson? I've got Tyson the dog with me. He's an old soul too. So really, you're going to discover that you are a medium, psychic, empath, healer, light worker. And the work that I do is focused on 360-degree healing at all levels, mentally, emotionally, spiritually, financially, and relationships, right? And emotionally, gosh. So knowing that, energy is everything, chakras, your aura, ego served a purpose, but no longer. Trauma, inner child work, so that's that little you becoming your big you. Astral traveling, dream recall, telepathy, ancestors, past lives, and of course, Christ consciousness. So these are just tools that I draw from, that I drew from, that were shown to me. So I am, and I love cards. Now, oracle cards, tarot cards, crystals, pendulums, whatever you work with, herbs, essential oils, right? Whatever you work with, those are just tools. Breath work, meditation, journaling, intuitive writing, channeling, those are all tools. This is just a gateway to access whatever's going on here. So don't be afraid to use tools. Right? I mean, does a carpenter not use tools? Does a chef not have tools? Come on now. So I'm going to draw a card just to end this session here, and then we'll go into the talk a little bit. But I always ask, I clear everything I do, just like you would clear your body through meditation and any type of energy healing work. It is important that your vessel is clean. So I ask, God, make me a channel for thy peace. Grant me this conversation for the highest good of all. Relieve me of the bondage of self, ego, so I may better do thy will. Thy will be done through me. Show me how to serve. Let there only be light. All right. So what do we need to know for this Friday, for this beautiful Christ Consciousness Summit? What messages need to come through at this time? What are we really fully embodying? What do we know? All right, cutting the deck. Deck is being cut. Oh, Tyson, you're too cute. The Watchers. This is card number 60. I believe this is the last card in the deck. Interesting. Serendipity. What has been serendipitous to you? What are you witnessing? What are you observing? So this is getting, stop doing, get off the treadmill, take a deep breath, be the observer, have a shower, wash off the troubles of your day, of your mind. Don't engage with action, just observe, because there's a lot of messages in observing, being in the present moment, being in the stillness. Draw away from the horizon, looking towards the future, being caught up in the anthill, the distractions. Inviting the divine, being the sacred witness right now. You've got this beautiful, do you see the lion in here? Do you see the feathers? Do you see crystal quartz? Do you see the halo? The mountain energy. I also see some sacred geometry in here. There's tons of faces in this as well. This card is amazing. So really focusing your attention to what brings you beauty, what brings you magic, what takes you to different and sacred places. Someone needs to step away from something or someone. Somebody is talking about, I don't know, inherent or inheritance. I don't know what that is. So there's a couple messages coming through. I've got a name, Scott. I don't know who that is or who that's for. It might be for you or somebody else. Scott, and then I'm going to like mad or madness. So there's some type of, somebody's caught in somebody's whirlwind or cyclone or whatever that is. They come in and they just destroy everything and then they leave and go, what? That's an interesting, it's like Tornado Alley. I don't know what that means. That hopefully has nothing to do with weather, but that's what I've seen. But tornadoes, as Alberto Villoldo talks about, wind, when wind comes through, that is there to clear everything, clear the air, clear any energy that is stuck to you right now. So sitting in wind, in that wind type of energy, yeah, that's what they're asking us to do, whether it's out in nature or you go for a walk or you sit with a tree and just experience the wind and the fae energy, that fairy energy. They are Mother Earth's keepers, guardians of nature. Now we're going way off to guardians of nature. Okay, so that was just a quick, that gives you a little insight to some of the work I do in a session as well, whether it's coaching or healing. I do a lot of intuitive writing before you show up, and I really tune into who you are, where you are, what's going on, all of it. So all the senses are activated. And I would love to work one-on-one with you or in a group setting. So before I started, Lily, who owns this beautiful art space, and Dr. Diego, who's a naturopath, they also run a restaurant and a hostel here. She came in and she's like, good luck and have fun. And she showed me these cards. Look at this. Look at this fairy, goddess, rose, divine feminine energy. Now, would you believe this young lady drew these? She painted these. She's 15. Tatiana, you are amazing. Spirit does not make mistakes, only blessings, okay? There was a reason for this. I'm being called to create something along these lines with something. I'm not getting into it, but look at this image. I thought this was the works of my age or in their 30s. Look at the snail. So when we're talking about that card, go at a snail's pace and really observe. And then the snails, you know, they have their home on their back like crabs. They have that spiral energy. Spiraling up, more healing. Spiraling down, you know, more integrating. Look at this. I have to show you this because I'm blown away by the beauty of this 15-year-old girl. So I'm going to support her. Spirit brought me to her for a reason. Oh my God, look at this. Look at this. I mean, this is stuff. This is what I mean. What lights you up? Look at that. How could you not smile at that? That is beautiful. That is beautiful. All right. I'm just seeing if there's any, oh my God, a lot of snails, a lot of mushrooms, a lot of fairies. Oh, look at this baby. Look at the baby. That's you. That's me. And the moon. I just caught the moon face on this. Oh my God. Wow. Wow. And the butterfly symbolism. I mean, this is you. This is me. This is we. This is us. This beautiful childlike wonder. We need to get back into that. We are that. You know, this goddess. Take in this goddess tree. I got clovers here. Mother Earth goddess. Wow. Okay. I'm going to get carried away just showing art all day. Wonderful. So I'm just going to, could you show Pedro? The rock crystal you found and tried to show us yesterday. Oh, no, you know what? You'll have to tune in tomorrow. I forgot. It's upstairs. Yes, I will show that. Yeah, gorgeous work, beautiful work. Such attention to detail and the new moon energy. Absolutely. All right. So I'm just going to bring this bonsai back in for you to look at. It's interesting that it's in the owl energy. We've got, this heart chakra energy going on, a lot of divine love. There's a little bit of orange in here representing the sacral. So you've got that inner child, lovely creative space. So how are you going to unleash your gold? And what is gold? What is it for you? How can you embody gold into your life? Is it a feeling? Is it an action? Is it through acts of service, gratitude, appreciation, animals? Yeah, Gitti's just saying the wisdom of the heart I feel about the bonsai. Yeah, bonsai. Oh, too funny. All right, so Patty had brought up earlier about a prayer for, it wasn't for the church, but if you have any prayers for yourself, for people around you, put them into the comments. Even if you're on the replay, this prayer time, this activation, this healing will work because we've already placed and asked those questions about how do you unleash your gold. And through this prayer and meditation time, you're going to be shown things, you're going to feel it, you're going to know. It's going to come through in your dreams. It's going to come through in conversations, through signs and symbols, animals. Maybe you have an animal guide that will come forward as well. Whatever it is, this is your time to unleash your gold. So why are you holding back? What are you afraid of? Because there's nothing that God can't do in the face of any adversity. All right, prayer for your sister, absolutely. Patty is wanting prayer for the actual firehouse. Oh, it was a volunteer. Okay. Volunteer firehouse. Wow. Okay. And Tyson, I don't know if you can hear him. He's scratching at the floor like he's looking for his bed, but there's no bed. Sonia, prayer for my dad's cousin Tony. All right. So we'll wait for a few more prayers to come in. I'm just going to check and see if there's anything else on the other channels. Yeah, so leave your prayer requests here, and it will be done. Oh, you want me to show Tyson? And guess what? As soon as you said that, he left. It's like, no pictures, please, no autographs. Nope, not today. He just left out the door, Patty. That's too funny. Okay, all right, wow. I guess he is upset because there was no bed for him, so. All right. So, and you can join in me with your healing. You don't have to be a Reiki master or anything. Your intent here is just to share that beautiful energy, share the prayers, share your heart. That's all that matters. So I just ask you to close your eyes at this time. And you can lay down, you can stand up, you can sit. And if you can have your hands up, because we're going to receive, because we always want to give. We're receiving. We're in receiving mode. Have them resting on your lap right now. And I just want you to focus on your breath Just listen to my voice. You don't have to watch the screen. I want you to let go and let God. And focus on your breathing. Is it short and shallow, or are you fully taking a deep breath in and you're holding it and then you're letting it go? And I mean out your mouth. I mean everything that you have brought in today, you're going to just fully embody, but you're also going to let go of things that no longer serve you. So take a deep breath in, hold, and then let it go. And then take another deep breath in, because this is going to be 3. And hold. And let it go, and let it be audible. Maybe even yell, or just letting it go, letting it go, letting it go. All right. So we know that you're grounded. Your beautiful cord is already tethered to the earth. Maybe you just showed up and it's not. You can imagine a cord or roots shooting down your legs and out your feet, crashing through the floor, through the crystalline grid, the roots, the rocks, the debris, up into Mother Earth, into the center of the earth, into the center of Gaia. And just choose your crystal, choose your color. What shows up first? Gold. Gold it is. Gold, you maybe can take a little bit from tiger's eye as well, but we're embodying this gold, wrapping your cords, your roots around this gold, and it's shooting back up, back up, back up to the soles of your feet until you are fully grounded, fully rooted, fully embodied into this beautiful golden energy. Now bring this energy up through your feet, your shins, your knees, your thighs, your hips, your buttocks, up through your back, wrapping around to your root chakra, clearing off anything that you feel that you are not stable. You are stable. You are secure. You are safe. You're fully rooted and grounded and fixed to Mother Earth. And bring this up, clearing this off into the sacral chakra. Bringing this co-creative, this inner child, this beauty, this love, this magic. Magic. You are magic. Magical elves, magical fairies. Bring it in. Maybe there's an animal coming forward that is magic or magical, that is showing you the way. Bringing this up into the solar plexus, your I am presence, your mighty I am presence, your godlike self, your soulful self, your child Christed embodied self, bringing this forward, the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Now we're bringing this up to the heart chakra, the heart. Opening all the boxes, all the compartments. There's nowhere to hide. Unleashing it all, and knowing that you'll be fully safe, fully embodied in whatever's coming forward, whatever you're feeling, knowing, smelling, tasting, seeing, visioning. What are you bringing into your vision, into your heart? What does your heart and soul want to know? That you're already fully embodied. You're full of oneness. You are unlimited. You are divinity. You are divine. You are glowing in this gold. This gold will put you back together because you were never broken. Maybe you were, but you're no longer. That is no longer who you are. We're bringing this up to your throat chakra now. We're clearing this off. Anything you're wanting to hold back or biting your tongue on is now being cleared. You're stepping into your full authentic self, unleashing your gold. Because those stories, they no longer hold. They're not your stories. time for a new chapter. This is what May is for. This is what this black new moon is for. This is what Taurus is embodying. So we're bringing this up into the third eye. We're clearing off any past. Anything that is not yours is now being let go. Anything that you're anxious about the future or depressed about the past being cleared off across all timelines. It's being released. You might feel some pressure here. Let it go. Let it go. Unleash your gold. We're bringing this gold up to the crown, being fully activated, divine, Christ itself. Your guides, your angels, your loved ones are now part of this gold embodiment. And I want you to bring your hands up over your head and really bring this in, up and over your head and down and around, smoothing out any tears. Any energy that is not yours is now being released. If it is not of the highest love and light is now being released. Any attacks, any wounds, any tears in your aura, any emotion that is not of the highest is now being sent to that golden Christed light, because that is who you are. So this is where you're going to unleash your gold. It's already coming in. It will be coming in. It will be activated now. It's now being sent out around the world. Any healing, any love, anything that needs to be cleared across all ancestral timelines, it is no longer yours. You do not own it anymore. Return to sender. Return to sender. All right, so you're going to bring this energy back up through the crown, the third eye, the throat, back to the heart, heart and soul, heart and soul, heart and soul. And whatever was going on around me at this time, anything that's going on around you at this time is all being ignored. It does not interfere with the work that we're doing here and right now. Because everything else is a distraction from your whole Christed self. All right, so take your time coming back. You might want to stretch, you might want to move, you might want to cry, you might want to scream. You might want to get out your chair like I'm doing, because I've been sitting for hours and hours and hours, and do a little dance. Here you are. Write down what you felt, what you seen, what you heard. You might want to share with me these activations, and these are activations, these clearings, this healing will happen. Maybe not you, maybe you didn't feel anything. Everybody experiences healing differently. It's subtle. Sometimes it's not subtle, depending on what's going on and what you're holding on to. It might become more activated in the next hours, days, weeks, and months. So fully allow it to come in. All right? I feel amazing. I don't know about you, but I so enjoyed today. I so enjoyed every single person that came to share their love and light, and all of you that supported me throughout the years, or maybe you're new. I love all of you. I love all of you. And now I'm going to go into the prayer. But I tell you what, it felt good to stand up. You know, that embodiment, you need to move. You need to move sometimes. That's why I go outside every day for an hour, 10,000 steps, because I have to embody all of the work that I'm doing and all the things that I'm sharing. It needs to go out into the world, I guess is what I'm saying. It is not mine. It is not mine. All right. So you can join us in this beautiful prayer as well. I'm bringing forth prayers for Gite's sister, the volunteer firehouse, and for Tony, and prayers for peace, prayers for anyone that has lost a loved one, a friend, a pet, family, whatever it looks and feels like. We're bringing prayer in for all of this. So at this time, I know that God is, I am, we are, and so are you. God is oneness. God is peace. God is divinity. And I know that Gite's sister and Tony and the world and, the volunteer firehouses and for any of the service workers at this time, we are all of that, and we are embodying all of that, and we are asking for healing. I'm going to bring in Kaylee's in here as well. Beautiful baby. Healing is already done. Peace is already happening. Oneness, all-knowing, all-encompassing, one true divinity. And that is God, our golden Christed selves. We're bringing all of that forward. And the truth is, and we affirm that there is peace, that there is healing, that there is oneness, that there is safety, that there is security, that there is no illness, whether it's mind, body, or spirit, that can touch anyone at any time. It's being released, and I affirm it so, and so it is. All right. Now that's co-creative affirmative prayer, meaning I'm not praying for things outside. I'm not being desperate, that energy. I already know it's happening because we're all here together, joining in prayer, joining in this meditation, joining in this healing. So that is how you're going to unleash your gold. That's the work that I do every day. Opening chakras, closing chakras, meditation, breath work, yoga, outside, writing, reading, sharing, asking how may I serve. That's where the gold is. True story. All right. Wow. Yeah. So, thank you, Shirley. Prayers for peace. Oh, well, thank you. Yeah, I got this in Cusco, Peru. Patty was saying she saw darkness and then there was a door and on the other side was light. Oh, I love that. That's beautiful. That's beautiful. All right. All right. So thank you so much for being here. We will be here tomorrow. We will be here tomorrow. I can't wait to see you all. Gosh, there were so many things that were happening. I had so much fun. I had so much fun with the guests. I had so much fun with all of you. And, I really, and how you can support me is obviously sharing this out and doing all of these steps and just commenting and letting other people know that they have their divine selves fully enveloped. So, you're human and you fail forward, and we have to unscript and unwind ourselves. Those are things I said on podcasts, but I forgot. Because when you're teaching and talking, sometimes you're channeling, and a lot of it's like doing readings. You don't remember. I don't remember 3/4 of the readings I do. I write them down. That's the only way I'll remember, because it's not mine to keep. So when someone says, well, don't you remember my Aunt Martha? No, I don't remember your Aunt Martha. I don't. I might. It depends. It really depends. But if you're ready to unleash your gold, your purpose, there's a free clarity call with me. Link is in the comments and also in the description, or you can reach out through my social media channels. And as well, are you ready to unleash your purpose through working with me, either one-on-one or in a group setting? There are 7 spots left in an app I'm developing specifically for community, where you can learn everything that I learned in a safe space. And there's only 7 spots left. Founding members get this special price. If you're interested, drop a comment, gold, and I will get back to you on that. All right. Oh, man. So amazing. And you know what? I totally forgot to play out the video for Friday, but then some of our guests didn't show up. So what are you going to do? Anyways, I wish them all the best healing and all of that. If you want to get a hold of me, like I said, you know how to reach me. If you want to experience community, we have a free safe space for us empaths and healers, light workers. There's my book as well, which I know many of you have read and supported me. I would appreciate a review. Thank you so much. That will help others find my book and find their way. So that's really what it's about. And thank you, Mom, for inspiring this event. I love you. And to anyone who has lost anyone, we're also including them as part of the prayers and healings as well. So, all right, guys, that's it for me. Go enjoy the rest of your Friday or weekend or wherever you are in the world. I'm sending you lots of love. Take care. Do you feel stuck? Are you in pain? Are you looking to create your soul's purpose, but you don't know where to start? Unleash Your Soul's Purpose Mentorship. Hi, my name is Christine Gold, and I'm the founder of 24 Karat Healing. The highly experimental mentorship will help you discover your gifts, free them, and shine your inner light to spread unconditional love. Unleashing your magic and your gifts, and ultimately your purpose. You will experience phenomenal breakthroughs, aha moments, epiphanies, energy healing, clearings, inner child work, higher intuition, vivid dream recall. All training slides, PDFs, and audio meditations are recorded and available for you to watch at any time. You can take them with you wherever you go. I hope to see you soon.